Good morning, good morning, good morning. And welcome to Global Lit Fest 2025. I am Tammy, your host for today, and it is definitely going to be a lituation. So I'm excited. We got nerves going, and that's okay. But we're going to do great things today. Today is going to be amazing. So cheer us on, cheer the authors on, cheer everyone on that's performing that you see on the screen, and support each and every person that you see up here today because this is not an easy task, okay? All right. So if you're watching, first of all, drop in the comments where you're located and the last book you read. Yeah. Drop in the comments where you're located and the last book you read. Okay. Drop that in the comments. Let's see it if you're able to. And then also, while we're getting that done, listen, don't be shy. This is a safe space, a creative space. So we want you to engage, comment, and show love to the authors again, right? But also, while doing that, we want you to also share this out, share it out to allow others to see what's going on, to see these amazing authors showcase not only their books, their talents, but also showcase their bravery because it takes a lot to write a book, right? I'm an author myself, and it was not easy to write the book that I wrote. It took me 5 years to write the book. However, I got it done. And again, it's not easy to write something, to have something that come to life that you work so hard for and to share it to the world. It's not an easy thing. Okay. So what I want to do before we get started, right? Before we kick it off and do all the things, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the person that made this happen. Okay. And what I'm sharing, I was given permission to share. So, um, I want to take a moment to acknowledge Stephanie Outen, our visionary, the lady behind the idea, the lady behind Cocoon to Wings, the literary doula. She won't be here with us today. She will be here with us in spirit. She definitely thought about the event. Um, Unfortunately, her mom passed away yesterday. And so we want to just hold her in our thoughts and prayers. And, you know, we don't want it to be heavy. We're going to have fun today. We're going to have an amazing time. We're going to be lit at the Lit Fest. Okay. So definitely let's do that. So come. So we're not going to delay. We're not going to further delay. We're going to keep going. And first up, we have the amazing author, Catherine Tucker. Before you bring her up, hold on, I'm so sorry, y'all. Please forgive me. Before you bring her up, I just want to read her quick bio. And Catherine Tucker grew up in a small town of Leland, Mississippi. For fun, she read the dictionary from cover to cover. Now, who does that? That has to be a special child, right? But soon discovered a better escape: fiction. As a teenager, she fell in love with all things mystery and never looked back. Catherine graduated from Alabama A&M University with a BA degree in English. She published her debut novel, Tall Cotton, a legal thriller, this April. Okay, so without further ado, we're going to have our first 2 minute reading from none other than Catherine Tucker. And after she's done, we'll be back because we have our very first panel of amazing authors and you don't want to miss it. Here we go.
Tall Cotton, Chapter 1, Lowell, Mississippi, May 9th, 1970. Saturday started like any other beautiful sunny day. My sister Josephine and I were playing kickball in our front yard, filled with excitement. It was I was particularly elated because of my recent promotion to the fifth grade. Just as I kicked the ball hard and watched it skitter past Joe, I heard a rumble. I whirled around to witness my mother and father tumble through our screen door, locked in a fierce struggle. Blood trickled from Mama's nose and fear registered in her brown eyes. My heart pounded so hard I thought it would explode in my chest. I tried to run to her aid, but my legs trembled like those of a newborn calf, and my feet felt as though they were submerged in a bucket of clay. Woman, you gonna do what I told you. Daddy landed a hard backhand across Mama's face. She staggered back, then crumbled to her knees. Like a panther, he pounced on her. She fell back under his weight onto the dusty front porch. His meaty dark fingers clamped around her neck. Grasping for air, Mama kicked, clawing vigorously at his hands. Bailey, do something. He's killing her, Joe screamed. When I couldn't move, Joe looked around frantically for something to use as a weapon. She went around to the side of the house and emerged seconds later, wielding a rusty ironing board, nearly twice her size. She ran up the steps, and with all the strength she could muster, she pounded Daddy across his head and back. Get off my mama! Get off her! Stop, Joe! Get off me, Joe! Daddy whirled around, shocked, his bulging red eyes with rage and alcohol. Usually, no one dared raise a hand at him. He snatched the iron board from Joe's hand and slammed it onto the porch. He grabbed for Joe too, but she dashed down the steps as fast as her 12-year-old legs could carry her. She raced across the yard and disappeared into the thick cotton field to the right of our home. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Catherine. That was amazing. First of all, I don't like thriller on TV too much, but when I first saw and looked and just read the synopsis of your book, I was like, oh, I gotta get this book.
Thank you.
I gotta get this book, and I will be getting that book. So,
thank you, Tammy.
No problem. Absolutely. So definitely thank you so much for that. That was amazing. And next up, we have our first panel. You see them coming up here on the stage, which will be moderated by the amazing Crystal Day. And when I say global, we said global lit fest, right? We meant global because Crystal is hailing all the way from the beautiful island of Jamaica. So we're going to bring Crystal up. And I'll see y'all back shortly once we're done. All right?
Hey.
Hello, everyone. Just checking that everyone is hearing clearly.
Yes.
Hi, yes.
Yes. And for those who are joining us live, I want to welcome you to the Global Lit Fest. Listen, I've been a part of the planning team. They have been planning this since January. So I want you to say shout out to Tammy, shout out to Stephanie. Listen, I've been in meetings since January planning this event with them. So I'm super excited to see it come off. And I'm super excited about this panel discussion because I've been a publisher for the last 9 years, and I have seen the challenges that many indie authors, and also as an author myself of 11 books, I know the challenges that many persons face. So I want you to, so today we want to talk about the challenges independent authors face in getting their books into the hands of readers. So the truth is independent authors are creating powerful stories, but many face uphill battles getting their works noticed beyond their own circles. So today we want to dive into those challenges, into breaking into mainstream, and the challenges that can help authors to push past the barrier. So we have Catherine Tucker, we have Fanny Ivy, Claudine Davis, Darren, Darren Bennett, and William Ricker. And I'm loving to see the men. So we are getting the balance. And this is why we know that Global Lit Fest is global because, sometimes we go to events and the women dominate, but we love the balance of the men that are in the room. So I'm going to just give each person a chance to just for 1 minute or more than 1 minute, just to say your name, where you're from, and tell us the name of your book quickly.
Okay, so I'll start. Catherine Tucker, and the title of my book is Tall Cotton, which I just read an excerpt from.
And tell them where you're from because we're talking about global. We want them to know that this is truly global.
Right. I live in Houston, Texas.
Ooh, Fanny.
Hi, I'm Fanny Ivy, originally from Chicago, Illinois, now living in Zephyr Hills, Florida, and my book is entitled Glimpse: A Motivational Journey.
All right, let's go to Darren.
Yes, my name is Darren Bennett. I live here in Broward County, Florida, particularly Fort Lauderdale. I've had the privilege to author 2 books, the first being I'm My Brother's Keeper, and the second most recent book that I just released is Painted Purpose, Choosing to Fall Forward.
I love it. Fort Lauderdale is my second home. I'm actually going to be there in a few weeks. So shout out to our Fort Lauderdale kids. Claudine.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Claudine Givens from Jamaica. Yes, from Jamaica. And I'm the author of the book Birthing Vision, a 30-day devotional on faith, motherhood, and trusting God's timing.
I love it. Welcome, Jamaica. And
Thank
then we
you.
have William.
Morning, everyone. My name is William Ricker, and I'm born and raised in Tampa, Florida, and I currently live in Riverview, Florida. And my book is titled The Reshift, Paul's Saga Origins. It's my first book. And I also just published my Kindle version of my first comic book relating to my first science fiction book.
I love it. I love it. So let's jump in, right? We're going to talk about the biggest roadblocks now. And because we have a few questions, want to keep the questions as tight as possible so that in case anybody wants to ask after, we can also jump in, right? So what has been, you would say, the biggest challenge in getting your book noticed by your ideal readers or, other outlets? And anybody can start.
Well, for me, my biggest challenge is finding out where to go to sell the book. I'm finding I'm meeting people in stores and I'm selling books that way. So I'm starting to try to connect with other venues to be able to be a author at their events.
Anybody wants to jump in?
It's the same with me, just trying to find how to get my book in front of readers, whether it's, like book clubs or conferences, workshops. I'm scouring the internet constantly trying to find where and how to get my book in front of readers. And so that's how I found this conference, actually, just by, searching, scouring the internet, trying to find those avenues.
It is. Okay. Anybody else want to jump on that question before we get to the others?
Well, for
Everybody.
me, I was my biggest challenge. I wanted, I'm an introvert, so staying in the background, remaining hidden, working behind the scenes was that was how I functioned. So putting myself out there was daunting. It was scary, and that was my biggest challenge. And once I overcame that hurdle, then it was much easier to market my book.
And what about any other men?
I would say just trying to find your niche audience. Who is your audience? Who are you looking to target with your story or with your book? Some authorial books, they target a broader audience, but some are very streamlined or very focused. And so making that clear delineation between, is this a broad audience that I'm trying to reach, or is there a particular niche that I'm trying to reach? And so kind of staying in that lane and majoring in that area, I think that's an important aspect to reaching a particular audience, if that makes sense.
Okay. And for those of you, if you're watching live and you have any questions, please feel free to drop the questions because we're trying to keep it tight so that we can also be able to answer some of your questions. So what I've heard so far in summary is one, just the idea of who you're called to impact with your book and how to get that out there. Secondly, I hear and I love how Claudine said, I think that's mostly a woman problem, like the insecurities that come with telling your story, especially, and
Yes.
wondering what people will think. And then I heard in terms of, where do we find opportunities to get our books out there? And so with that, with some of those challenges that are still at the forefront, right? Let's now shift to how you have been able to navigate some of these challenges. Like how have you been able to leverage your current platforms, communities to gain visibility? Yeah.
I
Who
think
wants
For
to?
social.
me, oh,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
ladies first. Ladies first. I completely concede.
Yeah.
Okay, for me, I started just going to local events. I just did one in September, whereas I just did a table and I was able to present my book, and therefore I started reaching new readers. And my book is a journal and it has God's word attached to it. So I'm excited to be able to do those events. And I had to move from an introvert to an extrovert
Yeah.
in order to be able to present myself in new arenas.
All right,
Okay.
so I'm going to smoothly slide in now and say that social media is a major platform to get your book into the hands of your niche audience. There's this beautiful aspect of Amazon KDP, which is a major platform for independent authors to get their books available on Amazon. Then you can take that link and just simply post it on your social media. Here's the challenge, though: building your platform,
Yes.
making sure that you actually build that social media audience. Because if you have 27 followers on social media, then you're only going to reach 27 followers on social media. And so, an author that has a platform that's already been pre-developed has a little bit more advantage than one that does not have a platform, but yet you have a story. And so, for me, it's really engaging the platforms that I'm on. And so, as a motivational speaker, as a preacher, a pastor, and a chaplain for a very large agency, I've been blessed to have a platform where I'm sought after to have my books sold and to have book signings at different conferences that I'll be a panelist on, or I'm preaching at, like I'm preaching tomorrow at a church. Guess what? They're going to set up a book table, right? And so
Yeah.
having that platform already predetermined makes it a lot more easier, as opposed to one who is developing their platform while at the same time trying to push their story out. So there's that dissonance and that tension that we all face.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that. Thanks for sharing. Anybody else want to jump on that question too?
Yeah, I want to add to that of what Darren said. When I first started this year, getting my stuff out there, I did a lot of research, like Catherine, even with organizations, fraternities, and more, just to get more of an outreach to my audience. And I reached out to local businesses, restaurants, and other organizations that I was able to uh, be able to host my book signing events, which I'm about to have my fifth or sixth book signing event this year just by doing research itself. And I'll be one of the keynote speakers for next month for the Tampa Bay Urban Futures Festival in November. So that'll be one of the biggest outreach that I have ever done. And with any author that's going through social media and putting ourselves out there, I had to learn with patience, with time, determination, and even try to do different things like dance challenges and get the younger generation engaged. Even with my costume suit, to get more people to see who we are as people. It definitely takes a lot of dedication, and we're all trying to maneuver those different aspects in our lives.
I love the creativity.
Mhm.
We'll take one more for that question. Catherine or Claudine wants to
Yeah.
attempt it.
So book clubs have been fun, and I've attended 3 book clubs, 2 face to face, and 1 virtual. And the face to face one I connected through a local bookshop, a Black owned bookshop, and it was just it's amazing to have that interaction with people who've read your story and loved it. So I'd love to do more book clubs.
I love it. Claudine, since you're from the Caribbean, I'd love to hear yours. Because I do think that as Caribbean authors, we do have a different challenge also. So you want to add anything?
Well, I want to add that having email subscribers is good as well. I've started this journey like 3 weeks now. I went to, as Fanny said, I went to one of those events and I had a table there. I used that event to gain subscribers. So, and it was powerful. I've gained so far about 70 subscribers, and weekly I have been encouraging, motivating, and getting the opportunity to market my book as well. So it's a powerful way of in addition to all the others that have been shared, of getting your message out there.
I love it. And I love the practicality of what some of you said. Again, I'm summarizing. I hear William saying that, hey, don't just look at the traditional places, look at other places that you may not necessarily be thinking, oh, an author should be there, but you can tap into that audience. And Darren has stressed the importance of utilizing the social media platform, but in a strategic way, because what I found is that people are not necessarily looking to buy books on social media, but if you share from a storytelling place, then they will be able to
Yes.
see the solution that your book bring to the table. So I want to get into, and thank you for that insight. I want you to get into some practical. If what advice, if somebody come to you and like, hey, I'm new independent author and I want to navigate this distribution and marketing, what would you say to them?
Mm.
So we can start with William.
Yes. I would tell anybody that's just starting out, first draft your book, try to find resources that can help you, like the Amazon, KDP, and other local authors, even out of state authors that already have experienced it. Even just going through the steps and getting yourself out there. It takes a lot of hard work to get everything together. So it's a process of itself, but once you get the momentum going, you'll be able to succeed that, hey, I finally published a book and be able to get myself out there by reaching people that can actually relate to my story, my book genre, or anything in between.
I love it. What about you, Catherine?
I would say, start at the beginning, generate excitement about your book, have an exciting book signing, invite your family, your friends. You can start with your, like Claudine said, you're even creating your email list from that. You got to have to engage through social media, as Darren said, and just put yourself out there. Go to bookstores, libraries, anywhere and everywhere you can connect with people to get your story out there.
All right. Fanny, Claudine, anybody want to add to that one also? What
For
advice would you give to new independent authors regarding distribution and marketing?
For me, connecting with Cocoon to Wings was a great opportunity to not only work with KDP, but have a publisher who was able to support me through my journey. So I appreciate Stephanie. And so Cocoon to Wings found her online, and we're now connected.
Mm.
Well, I would encourage them by saying, be obedient to the call. You are writing, and you have a message. A message was placed in you, and that message was to release and for to help others out there. Remember your why. Keep focused on that. Challenges will come, but be persistent and consistent. And gradually you will see results. Another thing I'd add, there is power in community. Power in
Mm,
community. Like, once you step out, start connecting, and you realize that they will form a part, an incredible part of your journey. So start connecting.
I love that. Darren, you want to add anything?
Yeah, I would say, in addition to what Claudine said in terms of just your why, not just identifying it, but believing in it. Because
Yes.
there will
Mm,
be pitfalls and there will be moments where you'll feel derailed or delayed. And of course,
Yes.
that cliche, the delay is not the deny. But perhaps God is refining you through that moment where you're just kind of standing still, right? And so believe that God will indeed propel you into that purpose and your why as to why you wrote the book. So that's the
Yeah.
spiritual implication that I wanted to add. The practical
Yes.
implication is when you believe in yourself, you're going to be willing to invest in yourself. In
Yes.
other words, more simply put, budget.
Yes.
Create a budget because you can then ascertain coaching, such as people like Stephanie or others that will help hold your hand through the writing process, developing your book, actually publishing it. There's independent publishers that will help put your story out there and get you
Yes.
on the platforms and then point you toward networking avenues. But that's because you are
Yes.
willing to invest in a coach and then invest in you by creating excitement around your story. Have an
Yes.
amazing, robust book signing event.
Mhm.
But again, no one's going to pay for that but you. And so if you want an amazing event, you've got to be willing to budget for that. But now what that
Yes.
does is it
Yes.
generates excitement, it draws people, you get good content, you put that content on social media, people realize you're kind of a big deal because guess what? You believe in yourself, so you are. And therefore, now they're going to be drawn to you. And ultimately, you're going to be able to share your story that way.
Yes.
I love that. I love that. You be preaching good, Darren. So, final question for this panel, right? If we could change one thing about the publishing landscape for independent authors, what could that be? If what would help us to have that level playing field as an independent author in the publishing world? And we have like less than 5 minutes to go, so let's jump on this one. Catherine?
Uh, I would say if there were anything that I could change with that would be having a marketing budget and a marketing strategy because has been one of the most difficult things for me as a new author is to do so much of the heavy lifting. My publisher does do a portion, but I'm primarily responsible for getting out there and getting the word out and finding readers and getting my book in front of others. So that aspect of it, I would change.
Yeah. So get a marketing budget up front. All right, Fanny.
I would just take and say there's nothing I want to change but work on a little more, and that's been having the confidence to speak about what my book is about. Talk to
Mm,
strangers. So many times, yes, we have our community, but I've been able to talk to somebody in the store and start sharing my book just through a conversation. So don't be afraid. You may get some no's, but still step out there and do what God has directed you to do.
I love it. William?
Yes. For me, if anything to change, it would be the how I put much investment into my book, but it was more so the cost of how much I put into it and trying to see the results of what I put works of what I put so much hard work into it. So it would be like the cause for it and just trying to find like different strategies in order to get myself out there and get out of my comfort zone. So those would be like the only things that I would change and and do that.
Thank you. Claudine?
Yes, and piggybacking a little, but Darren mentioned it, investing in yourself, investing in the call, in the vision. I think I'd invest more, especially in the marketing aspect, which is my weakness. I'm learning, and so even though I am readjusting, so I will be investing more in that aspect. Yeah, like Catherine, it's it's daunting for me,
All right, and
but I'm
Darren,
learning. I'm learning. I'm learning.
thank you, Claudine. Darren?
I would say, for the sake of time and also humility, I'm going to yield to every answer of the wisdom that was given on this panel. I have nothing to add.
All right. So these are, as I see Dr. Tylisha saying in the chat, these are really powerful nuggets. And just to add, as somebody that does like book marketing is actually my favorite part of marketing as a publisher. And one of the things I love that you guys have said upfront is how important marketing is. Like, I don't think that, when you're starting your book journey, you're thinking about it.
Yes.
And
No.
sometimes we think it's because you're an independent author.
Mm,
Because if you know anybody that has been signed on a traditional publishing route, gone are the days where, you can just lean back as a traditional publisher, like, oh, no. Like, even the traditional published authors are now challenged to be selling their own books, putting themselves out there. Yes, they may have a little bit more distribution options, but the marketing still, a lot of it is coming down to them. And I'm glad that you all have shared with me. As we are closing for sure, I just want to say again, thank you, Catherine, for sharing. Fanny, thank you, Claudine, William, and Darren, thank you for sharing. I know later down you guys will be doing whether reading or so. For those of you who are joining us live, I want you to please, please, please stay on until the end because we heard Catherine reading earlier and it just captivated us. So I can't wait to hear the rest of the readings and some of the other questions and answers that will be coming from this global lit fest. So again, thank you for incredible panelists for sharing your honesty and wisdom. Today we are reminded that while the path of independent authors isn't always easy, it is possible. And this is what we wanted to share with you guys, that it is possible, that with resilience, creativity, and community support, and Claudine spoke of that earlier, our stories can and will reach readers that we need to. And yes, it may require us to step out of our comfort zone, like Fanny says, come out of your introverted self and be more connected. But it is so possible. And I end with because we're talking about the challenges of marketing, I always say to my authors, there are three ways to sell a book. One, meet new people, tell them about your book, and just make them an offer. Once you're meeting new people, you just tell them about your book, and then you say, hey, would you be interested in this? So, with that being said, I turn over to Tammy, our lovely host for the Global Lit Fest and Crystal Day, and I am so grateful that you are here with us today. You see our IG, so please take a screenshot and follow us on IG. I see Paint to Purpose. I see Ricker Will, Claudine Givens, CA Talk, and Renex Destiny. And of course, I'm Crystal SD on IG, LinkedIn, and Facebook. So please go and follow us today. Thank you. I'm turning over to Tammy.
Bless
Thank you,
you.
Crystal.
Thank you
Hi,
too.
I'm
Thank
Ren
you.
Ricker, and I'm the sci-fi author of the Risha Pulsar Saga Origins. It's an adventurous tale of two friends who stumble upon an oak tree, a portal to our canoe, meaning Emerald City, where three fractions reside. These characters teleport to different continents to discover who they are and their roots. It's multi-generational and multicultural. Are you ready to pause, shift, and revolt for your life? Tammy, you're on mute.
Oh, hold on. I was muted. Okay, hold
Yeah.
on. Hang on. All right. So that was really good. That was amazing. Those authors did an amazing job. So next, we have we're going to have a 2-minute reading by William Ricker, the superhero, the comic, you know.
Mhm.
Um, and let me just read a little bit about him, let you all know who he is. You all saw him on the first panel, but now he's going to have his own time to shine. And then once he does his reading, I'm sorry, I'm going to interview him and then he'll have his reading and then we'll keep going, right? I hope you all are enjoying this thus far. Please, please, please share this out. Invite someone over to the event. We are going to have an amazing time. All right. So, William Ricker, born and raised in Tampa, Florida. Shout out to the Florida boys. William Ricker is a passionate, creative writer, a graduate of the University of South Florida with a Bachelor of Science in Business Management and a concentration in creative writing. William channels his creativity into crafting compelling narratives outside of work. William enjoys writing, traveling. I love traveling, exercising, outdoor active adventures, and making meaningful connections within his community. Adopted at 7, his unique journey inspires his work, including a captivating graphic book series tailored for teenagers and adults. Let's welcome William to the stage.
Hey, Tammy.
How are you, William?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm good, thank you. I'm good. So, we're gonna learn a little bit about you.
Um,
Um, so I have a couple of questions for you today, and won't be long. Like I said, it's 10 minutes, so we're not
mhm.
rushing, but we're gonna keep it going. All right. So, what inspired you to write your book, and what do you hope readers take away from it?
What inspired me to write my book was when I was young, I always loved watching Nickelodeon and Disney Channel TV shows and movies. And then I gravitate into the science fiction realm like Marvel and DC. And I love the Black Panther and other Marvel series as well. So it dive into what I want to write my book about personally through my adoption story and incorporate it into a science fictional way.
Mm,
And what I want the readers to take a look at is we all go through situations in our lives. We all are our own superhero and our own origin story at the end of the day. So each character in the story shows a different perspective of what they had to go through. And since we are authors and we get ourselves out there, I hope readers can take away that no matter how difficult it can be, you are the light and you can shine bright through any story that you can create for yourself.
absolutely, absolutely. We are definitely the bright light, and we should keep shining our light. Absolutely, I love that. Um, What advice would you give another author writing in your genre that would not sound cliche, but would truly support them in their author journey?
Hmm. I would say take the time to harness your craft on what you want to write about. There's so many different ways you can write science fiction, whether it's regarding with space and time, like the past, present, and future, or if you want to dive into the history of who you are, or a historical figure, or something that will spark your interest. Take a moment to write, reflect, be patient with the process, and be able to continue on by publishing your book and put yourself out there.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So, thank you for that. That is so awesome, and thank you for sharing. We never know what advice someone may need. And yes, sometimes we hear like the cliche things, get out and market and things like that, which are important. However,
Mhm.
having a personal nugget to help you along your journey, it's always helpful. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And what is the most rewarding or surprising part of your writing journey?
Oh man.
Or what was?
I'm going to say all of it because when I first started at the beginning of this year, doing research and calling and emailing organizations, trying to find places where I can uh, have my book signed, and the feedback has been incredible. I've been able to do some book signings in the Tampa and St. Pete areas, and the most surprising one is that I'm actually going to be part of the Tampa Bay Urban Futures Festival next month as part of the one of the keynote speakers to discuss about my book, wear my cosplay costume, and be able to share my story amongst the community. So that's one of the biggest things that surprised me throughout my journey.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. Um, so that was amazing. So what I'm gonna have you do now is take your 2 minutes and read your session, your piece for us to share, and then excuse me, and then we will. I'll be right back. Thank you so much, William.
You're welcome, Tammy. All right, the Reship Pulsar Saga Origins, Chapter 7. With a graceful motion, Viola gestured toward the emeralds. The air rippled, and suddenly the valley around them fractured like a shattered mirror. They weren't just in one place anymore, they were everywhere. Time and space bent, kaleidoscoping into a cosmic landscape. Galaxies spun past, their brilliant hues illuminating their faces. Portals to dimensions unknown open briefly, each revealing flashes of imaginable worlds. A desert planet bathed in eternal twilight, a jungle with floating islands and skies of liquid gold, a crystalline city suspending above a swirling vortex. Kavan and Francisca gasped in unison as the emeralds multiplied before their eyes, scattering into infinity. Each stone was now tethered to a pulse of energy, connecting galaxies, dimensions, and eras in a web of radiant light. These are the African emeralds, Viola said, her voice calm yet resonant, echoing as though it spanned universes. Each one contains the essence of a concept: truth, resilience, unity, creativity, freedom, and more. They are not mere artifacts, they are the foundations of life, forged in the pulse of creation itself. Kavan reached out instinctively toward one emerald that glowed with a fiery orange hue. His fingers stopped just short of his and he felt its energy vibrating against his skin. Careful, Viola warned gently. These stones respond to intent. They amplify your soul's essence for better or worse. Francisca, meanwhile, was transfixed by a deep purple emerald, its surface alive with shimmering streaks of gold. They are alive, she said, awestruck. I can feel them breathing. They are, Viola confirmed, and they have waited eons for those worthy of their power. But their power is not just for you, it is for the world, for existence itself. This is why they must never fall into the wrong hands.
Greetings, this is Fanny Ivy, author of Glimpse, a Motivational Journey. Glimpse was written to inspire, encourage, and motivate the reader that although they may face challenges and obstacles, view this as new opportunities to do things differently. This short writing and poems were written from my experiences. So grab a pen, your favorite cup of coffee or tea, say a prayer, and come journey with me.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me? I got muted. All right, so we have our very first giveaway. Okay, so our first giveaway is going to go to the first person that I saw in the chat, in the comments, to share the location that they're watching us from. And they're watching us all the way from Barbados. Hair Define? Hair Define, are you still in here? Yes. Hair Define, if you're still in here, I want you to email us your name, location, and just put first prize from the festival. Okay. So I'm going to give you the email. It is info@stephaniealton.com. Okay. And thank you so much for watching us all the way in Barbados. Thank you so much for that. All right. Now, we heard a lot of stuff. We had a great panel to kick us off. Well, first of all, we had Catherine to kick us off with that thriller 2-minute reading out of her book, Tall Cotton. Okay. And then we had another interview by William Ricker. But that panel, y'all, was that panel not good? That panel was amazing. That panel was amazing. Okay. Now, while you're looking, if you see the screen right now, you should be able to see our lookbook. Okay. The lookbook is a way to support us in hosting the event. It's $5. It's a nominal fee of $5. Okay. So all you have to do, you can use the QR code. The link will be dropped in the comment section momentarily. Once you get that, once you see that, you can click on it. It'll take you straight to a PayPal link. But we appreciate you and thank you for making that purchase and supporting us, supporting local and growing publishers and supporting local and indie authors. Okay. And also, I need to thank our sponsors. All right. Thank you to Everything Chris. She sponsored one of our giveaways with the candle. Thank you to Beyond the Curves, which is my nonprofit. We'll have a great I'll be giving away 2 boxes, 2 self-care boxes. And thank you to Travel to Desire, as well as Lioness Accounting. So thank you all so much. You're very welcome. Thank you for joining us. Please stay tuned. Keep coming. Keep engaging. And the email address again for Hair Define. Please remember to include your name and your handle here on YouTube so that we know it's you. Okay. Your name, your first and last name, your address, and your handle. Okay. All right. Now, next we have I'm gonna step away. We're gonna have Christina LaDonna interviewed by Keisha Capers, my bestie. So I'm gonna read a little bit about Christina so that you all can learn more about her, and then we will bring them up on the stage for their interview. Okay. All right. So Christina LaDonna is a wife, a mother, grandmother, affectionately known as Lala, kingdom speaker, certified life coach, visionary of Shields, Diamonds, and author of Unlocked, Being Freed from Your Dysfunctional Prison. She candidly shares her journey through childhood traumas, abusive relationships, and a promiscuous lifestyle. With unflinching honesty, she opens up about the deep-rooted issues that led her to the brink of despair. Christina discovered the keys to rewriting her story, healing her wounds, and unleashing her true potential. This was not just for her, but her family and those that she has the pleasure to encounter. Her motto is, don't allow the traumas of your past to imprison your future. It's time to get unlocked. Let's welcome Christina LaDonna, the author of Unlocked, and Keisha Capers, our moderator for this panel. Thank you.
Hi, Christina.
Hi, Keisha. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm great. I'm great. Thank you. There's like a little lag, so forgive me if my response is a little off. I just wanted to ask you a few interview questions. I know that Tammy kind of touched on my first question that I had for you, which is what inspired you to write your book. So maybe you can elaborate more on that. And also, what is your hope for readers to take away from reading your book?
What inspired me? I guess I got tired of hearing honestly that everything that I was going through and dealing with was for other people and not for me. And I was like, well, God, if it's for everybody else, then just let them go through it. Why I got to deal with
Right.
it? I mean, we've heard that.
Yeah.
So he was like, no, they need to hear your story. They need to hear your transparency to know that they're not alone in the world and how they can actually go through and be able to get over it. So it took me 7 years to complete this, but we got it completed, we got it out there. And so I really want people who read it or hear my story or hear the different podcasts or whatever, for them really to understand that they're not alone. You're not
Mhm.
crazy. Somebody understands what you're going through, that
Yeah,
I can walk alongside of them on this journey, not judging them, not belittling them, because that's how they're already feeling whenever you're going through trauma. You're feeling hopeless and
yeah,
helpless, and like you don't measure up. So a lot of people are scared to share, or if they have shared, they've been made to feel, belittled, crazy, or worthless. So they don't want to share. So then they suffer in silence.
definitely. That's a great take on that. I absolutely agree with that. So, for you in writing this book, what was most rewarding or the most surprising part of your writing journey?
I think the most rewarding was I finished it. I finished it. It literally, because it was, like I said, it was a 7 year journey. It was a lot of
Yeah.
starts and stops, and even for me, just to be transparent,
Hmm.
it was a lot of breakdowns. I had some
Yeah.
setbacks. I had some breakdowns, even to be honest and transparent. Because for those, if you haven't read
Rightfully so.
the book, I'm talking about the different childhood traumas that started in childhood going into adulthood, and
Hmm.
where I tried to take my life because I did not feel worthy. So having to relive all those different things and certain things that I thought I had got over and healed from,
Hmm.
that I had not, did attempt to take my life again. And I realized that the book wasn't just for other people, but it was for my ultimate
Yes.
healing as as well.
Absolutely. That's commendable as well. And I just want to say that seven is a number of completion. So it took you 7 years. There was definitely a reason behind that as well. What advice would you give another author writing in your genre that would not sound cliche, but would truly support them in their author journey?
I would say take it one page at a time, one
Hmm.
day at a time, and where to get help in the midst of this. I always tell everybody both. And in the midst of this, even once I finished it and I had to go back and kind of go through right before,
Hmm.
I went counseling while I was going through. And that's nothing to be ashamed of, because if you're
Yeah.
talking about yourself, and especially if you're talking about a lot of deep rooted traumas and hurts, because when you're writing a book, it's
Hmm.
not just I'm writing it here, they do the edits and it goes out. No, you're writing and rewriting.
Yes. And you're pouring.
you're
Yes.
you're pouring, and then you have an editor who's saying change this, do this, and You want to keep your authentic voice, at the same time, but you also have to hear what they're saying because they know how to reach the audience and the masses. But you're going to read your times over and over and over again. And so
Yeah,
if you're not grounded, if you're not healed and whole in what it is that you're writing, it will affect you.
for
So
sure.
get the help that you need as you're writing it, because it's twofold. We always talk about, the word is like a double-edged sword. It's to
Yeah.
help other people, but it's, it cuts others, it cuts
Also
you.
self-therapy, yes.
Right. It's a self-therapy. That way it heals you, because once it comes out, it doesn't stop once we publish. Because of course we want others to read it. So we have to promote it. We talk about it. And you want to be able to talk about
Hmm. Definitely. And now the last question I just want to do just for fun. If your book were turned into a movie or let's say a TV series, who would you cast as your main character? And what about that person do you feel embodies you the most?
Oh, you did a twist. Okay. Okay, you did a twist this morning. Wow, that is.
Something to think about, right?
You know what? I'm gonna say Taraji, because
Yeah.
I've seen her. I would say when she did Straw, I
Yes.
was thinking about some of the different things and thinking about my book and the stuff that I went through,
Hmm.
and to have somebody really embody, that in the mirror moment or whatever.
Yes.
I would say Taraji P Henson. Yeah.
Absolutely. I agree with that as well. Well, thank you so much, Christina, for sharing with us today. It was a pleasure interviewing you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Hey, you're muted, Tammy. You're muted.
I don't know why it keeps muting me when I come up here. Anyway, I will not be silenced today, okay? All right, so Christina, we're gonna have you do your two
They don't
minute
want you to be
reading.
muted.
I know we're gonna have you do your 2 minute reading,
Okay.
and then I'll be back. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so I'm going to do from the book, chapter 6, Why Me? Sitting in the lonely, cold room, I could hardly keep up with all of the toxic thoughts rushing through my mind. As I sat on the bed, shaking and pulling at my hair, I tried to find the strength to do anything except scream, but I couldn't. The thoughts were overwhelming and consuming. You are weak. You are worthless. You are ruined. I began yelling at myself in the same old wooden and termite damaged mirror more and more. I was back in the room, on the bed in front of the mirror. I looked down at the prescription bottle in my trembling hands. I had a vice grip on the bottle and a couple of muscle relaxers in my other hand. My tears had stained my pink and blue shirt and were splashing down on my jeans. Why did my parents not love me? Why didn't they protect me? Racing thoughts came from every angle, rushing over me like violent tsunami waves. I screamed at God with every ounce of energy I could muster. Why me? Why did you allow this to happen to me, God? The ones who should have loved me didn't. And the one person who did, you took away from me. I want answers, God. I need to know. As I continued to sob uncontrollably, I knew so many of the tears were because I still wanted to be loved. No more. I couldn't trust love. Would love come for me? So I decided I didn't want to do this living thing anymore. My life was too much for one person to bear. How could you allow them to hurt me this way? I was a child, a child of God. and I should have been protected. But you say that you love everyone. Well, you can't love me because if you did, you wouldn't have allowed this to happen to me.
Thank you. Thank you. Was that not an amazing message? And Christina, thank you so much for your vulnerability. Thank you for sharing. And thank you, because that's not an easy task to do, to be vulnerable, not only in public for the world to see, but to put it in a book where it's going to forever live, right? So thank you so much for that. All right. So who's ready for another giveaway? Y'all ready? Y'all having a good time? I hope y'all having a good time. I hope y'all having a good time. All right. So I have a trivia question for you all. And the first person to answer the trivia question will win the next prize. Okay? Which African American author wrote Their Eyes Were Watching God? Drop your answers in the comments. And this is not for our authors, by the way, that's participating. All right. Thank you, Keisha. All right. So, Keisha, please. My authors are in the back saying they were going to answer. No, this is not for y'all. All right. So, Keisha, email at info@stephanieouten.com, your name and your handle and your mailing address. Okay. And we will get your prize to you. Now, please keep in mind that because of the unfortunate passing of Stephanie's mother's passing, the gifts may be a little delayed. So please just keep that in mind. Okay. All right. So thank you all for your patience and grace with that part. All right. All right. So next up, we have Tavisha Guyton. I'm going to read a little bit about her, and she's going to be doing her 2-minute reading. So let's stay tuned. Tavisha Guyton is a self-published author, parent, educator, and advocate for mental health or mental wellness, pardon me, through creative expression. With a dual background in psychology and social work and a certification in infant family mental health, she empowers families and readers through education, poetry, and healing-centered storytelling. Her debut poetry collection, I Think I May Need Therapy. Now that's a title for you, right? Explores the messy beauty of healing, love, and emotional truth with warmth and vulnerability. Tavisha is the founder of We Are Family, a community-rooted platform supporting families through education, connection, and care. Let's welcome Tavisha Guyton to the stage.
From the book, I Think I Might Need Therapy, a poem entitled Dear Love. Dear love, they say you're not supposed to hurt, but you do more than hurt. You leave marks, war burns, and battle scars, and you cut deep. Having people vowing to never want to be held by you. You are bittersweet, and I've had people hurt me in the name of you. I've hurt people in the name of you, and though you come and go repeatedly, your sister depression and your cousin loneliness are strange fruits. They leave a nasty taste in my mouth, a taste I don't want to get used to. Believe you to be something so beautiful, I even prayed for you. Should have been careful of what I prayed for. Didn't know that you would hurt this bad. Wasn't prepared to fight hard enough to keep you. Saw how beautiful you were when you were with couples, but I didn't have a clear view. See people breaking up because they lost sight of you. And I believe you to be in all people, but that's not true. Just like the name God, they use your name in vain too, but see, I'm not bitter. I was your biggest fool, played by all your rules, and you still cut me. See, you're one chick I don't fox with. So maybe when I am steady, ready to fight hard enough to keep you, we'll be friends, maybe even peoples. But until then, I will leave you to those hopeless romantics who are down with love's antics and believe that love is free. But as for me, love, I know you don't love anybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tavisha. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You're going to stay up here with me while we run into our next panel. And our
Yes,
next panel,
ma'am.
while everyone's coming up, is freedom of sharing your story. How writing a book helped free the author's soul. Okay. We all have a story. I asked a question 1 week on Stephanie's podcast. If you all are not familiar with it, Story Time with Stephanie, I asked a poll question, and I asked the question, how many of you all believe you have a story? And no, I said, do you believe you have a story to share? And believe it or not, it was about 10 people that responded, and majority of the 10 people said that they did not have a story. But I beg to differ. We all have a story to share. It might be deep down in us, but it's there. We all have a story to share. So we're going to get right into it. And we have these amazing ladies up here. We have Tavisha that we just heard from, Christina LaDonna. I'm loving that yellow. Miss Brina Hayes, and Dr. Tiffany. Welcome, ladies.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Right now, look, don't get up here and act shy, okay? We're not
Yes,
doing that
ma'am.
with me, okay? All right,
Okay.
all right.
Okay.
So writing is more than just putting words on a page for many, right? It's an act of healing and liberation. So this panel will explore how sharing your story can free your soul and impact others in the process. So I want to start by, and this anyone can answer. Don't make me pick on you, but anybody can start, okay? So let's begin at the heart. Was there a moment in your writing process where you felt truly liberated by putting your story on the page?
Yes, for me, I would definitely say. And that moment was when the book was published and someone who I'd known for many years came to me and shared that they were going through a similar experience that I had written about. And knowing that my story wasn't just mine, that my story was able to help someone else really helped me understand the importance of sharing it.
Thank you for sharing, Brina. Anyone else?
I would concur. I would say the
I'll
same thing.
go.
Hold on. I think there might be a little delay. So let's go, let Christina LaDonna finish and then we'll come back.
Yeah. Okay. I think Tammy said I was gonna go, and then Tavisha. I kind of concur with what Miss Brina had said. Because when you're sharing, especially those deep personal things, you're kind of concerned about how others are going to, respond to it. Especially your family. I hadn't already sat down with my children and kind of given them some history before I put it out there for the world. But when you get the response back, I actually did a Q&A because I wanted to hear from some of the people who actually read the book to get, that response firsthand, and to hear so many people that said this resonated with me and I'm not alone. But I had one person, and I was glad really resonate with everything you went through, but the reflections were pivotal to help me with what I did go through, to make me look deeper inside of myself. So even with that, I thought that was a great thing, that okay, I was helping those that could resonate, but even though somebody couldn't necessarily resonate with my story, the reflection still helped them identify certain areas within them that they needed to work on and change.
That's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yes. A lot of times, and you'll hear people say sometimes, like, oh, don't nobody want to read that. Nobody wants to hear what I got to say. But that's not true. There's one person, there's a blessing, there's someone's blessing tied up and held up with your story that you are afraid to write, that you are afraid to express and talk about. One. There's one person, and all it takes is one person. Tavisha, you were going to answer next. Thank you, Christina.
I also think it's a cathartic for the person who's writing, right, to actually write it down in a manner that heals themselves, and also from the perspective of somebody hearing it who resonates with it, but also feels seen and heard and being like, ah, man, she's seen me. I don't know how she was in my room in my thoughts, but um, you got me right, like, and there's an appreciation for that person who may not raise their hand and say me too, but who is reading the book in the corner being like, thank you so much for your vulnerability to share this with the world. So there is a freedom for both the reader and the writer.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
I
All right.
may
You
I
wanted
add
to chime
to
in?
that
Yes,
just a little
absolutely.
bit. I agree with everything that the beautiful panelists have shared. I also discovered that there's spiritual warfare also, and that is what I was not expecting. I was expecting, the trepidation of, what are people going to think? And oh, I thought I was in this healed space, but I'm being pushed to dig deeper. But what I had not prepared myself for was the fight that I was going to have with my adversary of not delivering this message. And quite honestly, I was afraid in the beginning, in the encounters that I would have spiritually, of, suppressing my voice and keeping me from moving forward. But then I became annoyed, because what the enemy still doesn't seem to realize is each time that you come for us, all you're doing is making us stronger. We might retreat for just a little while, but because of the source that we're connected to, who we're connected to, he's just empowering us. So he still hadn't figured it out, but that's okay, because we have. And so, without comparing my story to somebody else's story, because you hear that everyone has a story, everybody's writing a book, but your words have not been sown into this earth. And just like you said, Tammy, that it could be one person that will set free, but that one person that is set free, they're setting generations free. So it does. It starts with us. So if God has poured into you to write a book, I'm gonna tell you, you better write that book. And I have learned, definitely obedience is better than sacrifice.
Come on.
Amen.
Amen.
Say that. Say that.
Amen.
Look, no, I'm gonna give her the amen on that, because I understand. Because yeah, that it was a fight. And like I had shared on the previous thing, I went back in the midst of this to attempt to commit suicide because it was too much. it wasn't too much writing it. The enemy just didn't want me to put it out there for others to know that that they're not alone. And I did. I had to get some prayer warriors praying for me to finish up these chapters. So what you said, Dr. Tiffany, definitely obedience is definitely better than sacrifice, because it was a journey.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't,
Absolutely.
I don't
Thank you.
negotiate I don't negotiate anymore. If God says do, it may not make sense it may not even make sense to me. But if he says to do it, I'ma do it.
Right.
That's
And a
what
lot of
Robert
times,
Bishop taught me.
absolutely. And a lot of times, sometimes it won't make sense to us. We're just like, okay, I better just do this, and just speaking from personal experience with writing my book, exactly, write the book already. um, as Stephanie would say. Um, in my experience writing my book, I started the book, I put the book down because we say we're too busy, life is in the way. And no, those are distractions, right? So definitely write the book. Just write the book. All right. Now, thank you, just your honesty for sharing those things in your work, your written work, right? Many authors wrestle with fear or doubt. What personal fears or doubts did you have to overcome in order to share your truth? And before you all answer, I don't know why, but we're always worried about what someone else has to say, and they don't have a dog in the fight. Why? I don't know why. But let's talk about this. What personal fears or doubts did you have to overcome in order to share your truth?
And that really was my fear of what will people think when they hear my story, because I didn't share it as I was going through it. People knew parts of it, but they didn't know what was really happening. So
Mm-hmm.
the fear was, what are people going to say? What are people going to think? But as you said earlier, Tammy, and I had to write this down, healing and liberation. Um, that's what writing my story was for me. So I
Mm-hmm.
needed to overcome the fear, not
Yeah.
realizing that I would get this healing and liberation on the other side of it.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Anybody else want to chime in on that?
I'll go. For me, when I was writing the poetry, it was wanting to tell you give the disclaimer to other people before like family members get it and they tell their own version of what they've interpreted about your reading and writing. So there were some things that I went through that I had to share with my dad, and I was like, "Hey, I want you to read the book first, and then
Mm.
let's talk." Because too many times I think we read something and we assume it is also about the person we're reading about, and sometimes it could just be you got motivated by something that's going on in the world, right?
Mhm.
And now you want to interpret it your way and then share it and being like, hey, let's have this talk, right? Because I want you to hear it from the horse's mouth before somebody else tells you their own like interpretation of what they got from this. So that wanting to ensure that I spoke my truth before anybody else can tell my story as they read the book, right?
Right.
And also making sure that um, if anybody was offended in the book, that like let's mend those fences now, so that we come back better and stronger. So like not to offend, but this is a vulnerability, and I wanted to share with you, so that we could heal collectively as well as individually.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I pray, my hope and my prayer is that all of us, not just us on the stage, and I'm speaking self too, that we release fear, when we want to write something, because imposter syndrome is real. Release that fear and not worry about what anyone has to
Yes.
say. I've learned, and I'm still learning, that I don't care what people have to say. I, if it's something that I need to do, if it's a project or something, I'm gonna do it. And if I'm led to do it, if it's placed on my heart and it's keep tugging me, then I know I need to do it. So we have to stop allowing fear to
Right.
oh Lord, I just lost my train of thought. We have to stop fear from paralyzing us.
Right, right.
Right.
Paralyzing
Yes.
us and stopping us from being in our own way, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that
Could you,
that was powerful. That was powerful.
could
Were
you
you gonna say
imagine?
something? Oh,
Yes. If
okay.
could you imagine if we use the same amount of energy that we use worrying about what people have to say about us, if we transferred that to what does God have to say and think about
Hmm.
us, do you know how much more freer we would be?
Yes, yes, honey. Yes,
Huh, yes,
so
ma'am.
true.
How much more
Amen.
Yes.
we get done.
Right. Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it's
Absolutely.
like what you were saying, fear, like fear, and as well as confidence of I don't have a voice. Because for me, being told that you're dumb, you're stupid, you're never going to amount to anything, I was silenced the majority of my life. Being in an abusive relationship, I was silenced. Now God is telling me I need your voice. That's
Mhm.
totally opposite of everything that my foundation told me. So it was that fear of finding my voice or either trying to compare myself to others who had their voice. Well, what if they don't want to hear me? What if they don't want to? And so I had to fight with that to be able to say, no, I have something. Like you said, if it's just the one person,
Mhm.
hey, Jesus, he left the 99 and went for the one. So if it's just the one person that
Yeah.
gets it and it
Amen.
saves that one person life,
Yeah.
then all that I went through to get this out, then that's what it's about. Just the
Yes.
one.
Just
Mhm.
one. That's
And
all that matters.
that fear is stopping us from walking in our true purpose, our
Mhm.
God-given purpose.
Right.
And so
Yeah.
the enemy wants us to operate in fear because he doesn't want us to walk in what God has told us we were created and designed to do. So we
Yes.
have
Mhm.
got to overcome that fear.
Mhm.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. That was powerful. Thank you. Thank you. Now, looking back, how has writing and releasing your book changed your relationship with not only yourself but or your past?
Mhm.
My relationship with myself, I am more confident in who God called me to be and what God called me to do. And my relationship with my past, that's a good question. I have come to terms
Oh, such a good question.
with what happened. I can't go back. Mistakes were made by a lot of people, myself included. So I can't go back,
Mm.
but I've accepted that as a part of my story and I use it to move forward. I'm not stuck back there, but I'm using it to move forward.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anyone else?
I would say similar thing, more confident. I'm still working on my confidence to really come out and come forth with all that God wants me to do. But I'm not that person anymore. So like I said, my other name is Christina LaDonna because that's my first and last name. For years, I did not go by Christina. I went by Tina. I did not like my name because I didn't understand my name as God gave it to me. When I hit my 50th birthday 2 years ago, God said, I'm changing your name because trauma happened to into building you into giving more character, more grace, more confidence, less fear. So I'm walking now into Christina. I may go back now and read the book of where I was, but it's like, oh, that happened to Tina. Tina is dead. Christina is alive. Christina is more confident. Christina is walking it out. I'm here to help deliver, set free the people. I'm walking in a place of wholeness that I don't want to say it scares me, but it surprises me because the level of confidence that I'm walking and I'm developing even now as I'm moving forward because of fear, of people pleasing, of so many different things. I'm not in that place anymore.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll go. I'll go. For me, it was more like I've made peace where I am. I've forgiven myself, right? I've forgiven others. And also, I think, especially, I did the thing I said I was going to do. Too many times I think we say we're going to do this thing. Oh, I'm going to write a book. I'm going to do this thing. And people are like, so where is it? And I'm like, oh, you're right. Thank you for holding me accountable. So I set out to do the thing that I said I was going to do. And if that meant like only person who bought the book was grandma, even though grandma didn't have to buy the book, I did it. I did the thing that I said I was going to do. Like, so I can't talk myself out of it. I did it through fear, all of the things that we see as oppositions, and we work through them to produce something so beautiful that is our own. So that's the thing I'm still working on. Doing the thing that I said I was going to do, right? Even when I didn't want to, right? Because like Dr. Tiffany said, obedience is better than sacrifice. So and if God calls you to it, He gonna get you through it. So and that's it.
I think for me, shattering shame, like I am no longer concerned about what anybody has to say about my story. It happened. It's real. Um, but I made it through it, and it's not but the grace of God that I did. And so I also made a promise to God that if He would spare my life, and that He came to collect. So that's also why I had to share the story, because I made a promise to Him to do so, because He
Ah,
did spare my life. And so let's just say I wasn't ready at the time that He came to collect, but He prepared me for this season to do just that. And I'm grateful.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, is that us? Okay. All right. And finally, we got one question left.
Okay.
We're doing great. You ladies are doing an amazing job. What encouragement, I want, of course, each of you all to go around. What encouragement would you give to someone that's afraid to tell their own story?
Mm, what encouragement.
Um,
Mm. I would say for me, what made the difference for me is having a beautiful human being like Stephanie,
mm,
um, that was patient, that pushed. Um, Now, we all know how Stephanie can be. And I mean, there is a side, and I appreciate that side, because I wanted to give up. The pain was too great. I didn't want to revisit. I was doing fine, I thought, until she said there's something else. Like when she calls you out, to say that I know that there's something more when you're being surface. She didn't allow you to be surfaced, a surface writer, and it sounded fine, and I felt like I was tapping in, and it was enough. Go deeper. I think if I heard that word one more time, I thought I was gonna scream. But you have to have somebody like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You everybody, and that's a title of one of my chapters. Everybody needs a you in their life. And I needed her because, and everyone attached to her, because had I not had that team, this book would not be published. It would not, because I would have gave up. And so I appreciate having someone and other individuals in my life to push me when I would want to retreat and shrink myself. And they said, no, we not today. So you need somebody. They must be, and I'm glad that you said that, Erica, they must be anointed.
Mhm.
You know, God has assigned certain people in our lives so that he can push this gift forward. And that's
Yeah.
exactly what this has been. She is definitely a literary doula. Amen
Yeah.
to that.
Yeah.
And so it's important. I don't want to take up too much time, but it's important to have a team, someone that loves you, somebody that prays, somebody that fights for you.
And that team may not necessarily be a publishing team.
Mm-hmm.
While I echo everything you said about Stephanie, ditto, ditto, ditto. But that's also your tribe of people, whoever that is, your sister friends, sister girls, whatever, whoever, who have your back no matter what. Who, when you start to feel, oh, I can't finish this, say, now look, girl, you
Mm-hmm.
said you were going to do this. What you waiting on?
Amen.
And they get you all the way together, right? So you can finish.
Mhm.
So that tribe is so important.
Yes, it is.
all the way together.
All the way. All the way.
I guess for me also from a therapeutic perspective is what are you afraid of? Even if you just start small in your journal, what are you afraid of?
Mm-hmm.
And who are you doing it for? Right? Because healing starts with you. So if you're the fear is, oh, I don't want to be exposed or hurt anybody's feelings. Well, whose feelings are you protecting more, them or yours? Because you healing needs to start with that you need to say to you, so that you have the courage, if you choose to, say it to other people.
Mm-hmm.
So and going from that, from a therapeutic perspective of, what did you need, what do you need to help you heal you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tavisha. Christina, did you go?
No, I hadn't went. So
Oh,
it's literary doula. A doula is a person that helps you bring your baby forth in the earth. Our books are our babies. So if you think about your child, your baby, are you
Yes.
going to let just anybody handle that? Are you going to let just anybody be a part of that? No. You got to have the right person, the right tribe, the right team. You can't have anybody because it's going to take prayer, it's going to take anointing, it's going to take purpose, it's going to take so many things. So you're not going to just be around anybody bringing forth because you're at your most vulnerable and your most weakest point when you're birthing forth this baby. So we're all thankful and grateful for Stephanie. But we're saying that get you a step, get you a tribe, get you someone that is anointed, because with
Get
our
you a step.
stories, because they're so deep and they're so personal, everybody can't handle what it is that you dealt with. So you need to make sure who's assignment of the birth of the book that has to come forth in this season. And I had to learn it. I started with Stephanie. I went somewhere else because the timing was off. God brought me back to Stephanie because it was only her that could help birth this into the earth. And I knew what God wanted. So it's only certain people that can help birth what you have inside of you into the earth, and you have to know who those people are.
Thank you so much, ladies.
Tammy,
Thank you so much. I don't know why it keeps muting me. They don't want me to talk, but I'm gonna talk today.
Talk, sis.
Amen.
So thank you so much for being vulnerable and courageous in sharing your truths. It's not an easy thing. What we've seen here on this panel and thus far in the event, that writing is not just about books, it's about healing, freedom, and legacy, right? So to everyone here, if you've been carrying a story in your heart, remember I said we all have a story. I hope that this conversation that we just had, that we're wrapping up, inspires you to release it, because your words are powerful, right? Your story has the ability to set you free and free someone else too. And I want to, before I let the ladies go, I know we got like about a minute left. I'm trying to stay on time, be a woman in my word and stay on time. Um, to Dr. Tiffany, Stephanie is definitely like I am her to her what she is to others, right? And right now, I'm actually working on a project. We took a break so that we can get through the Global Lit Fest, but I'm working on a project with her, and I'm like, girl, not not too much today, not too much today, girl. We're still in the beginning stages, so I'm sure Dr. Tiffany, I'd be like, girl, you go deep with me one more time. But yes, everyone needs a Stephanie. Everyone needs a Stephanie. You can definitely connect with Cocoon to Wings Publishing for her services. Okay. But again, ladies, thank you all so much for your courageousness and your vulnerability and your truth. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
thank
Yes, you're
you.
welcome.
Thank you.
You welcome, you too. We'll see some of these ladies back later on in the event. And before I go, because we gotta have commercials to pay the bills, that helps us and our authors to support them and things like that. I have another giveaway. Um, hold on a second. I apologize. Oh, okay. I have one more giveaway. And before we do that giveaway, again, I just want to let you all know that we have this amazing lookbook. Please be sure to get your copy. It is a small, nominal, fair fee of $5. A lot of work went into this, putting it together. And I'm not just saying that because I did it. But y'all get the book and support Stephanie. Support her creative ideas and her future endeavors. Just support her and Cocoon to Wings and her Stephanie Outen brand and all the things that she's doing. Again, this lookbook, it's amazing. It showcases and highlights and tells you a little bit more about the authors that are being featured here today. There's some interview questions in there that we asked them. We have sponsors that did ads in there. Everything Chris, Desire to Travel, Lioness Accounting, and David, a real estate agent, which is actually Stephanie's brother. So we definitely want to make sure that we keep them dear in our hearts, not only today, but for the rest of the weekend and throughout the coming days as they're dealing with this, this difficult time that they're in right now. So with that being said, we have our next giveaway. Okay. Now I want you to drop your answer in the comment. And it is the first person's comment that we see, you will be the winner of this. What year was the first Harry Potter book released? We are talking about books, right? What year was the first Harry Potter book released? Now I wonder how many of y'all using Google. I know I would have to because I don't know nothing about. I don't know much about Harry Potter. Hold on one second. I'm sorry. Hold on. It is. I lost my answer. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, that is not correct. That's the close, but it's not correct. Anybody else? Come on, win these prizes. If you keep guessing, Caitlin, you might win because you're real close. No, that's not. Nope, that's not it. Nobody? All right. That is correct, Caitlin. John, you missed it by a millisecond. Caitlin, go ahead and thank you all. Go ahead and email info@stephanieouten.com. We'll drop the email address in the comments. Congratulations. Be sure to put your name, address, mailing address, and your YouTube handle on there as well. No, it's 1997, John. That was the correct answer, but you just missed it in your timing as to hitting that enter or send button. Yes. All right. Thank you all for participating. Please stay tuned in. Please lock in. Again, invite someone, even though they may not have registered prior to, you can send them the YouTube link and they can join us. Please share it out. Support these authors and support the event. Support Stephanie. Thank you all so much. Stay tuned. We have some commercials. And when we get back from our commercials, we're going to have a 2-minute reading by the lovely Sentimental, the Poetess. Okay? Thank you.
I'm Brina Fields Hayes, transformational life coach and author of the book Returning to Wholeness, Overcoming Life's Challenges to Live a Blessed Life. As a life coach, I help people who have experienced life transition. I help them find a new purpose and help them set goals that align with that new purpose. To learn more, please visit my website, newseasonnewday.com.
Hey, family, this is Darren Bennett, and I am the author of Pain to Purpose, Choosing to Fall Forward. And my hope and aspiration with this book is to help you, the reader, learn to fall forward. What does that mean? What does that look like in your life? It's literally making a choice. We all will fall, but the question is, will you use that fall as fuel to fan the flames of the fire in your heart that will propel you to go forward into your purpose? You see, God never wastes pain. This book is a labor of love. It's a story of my grief, my trauma, my tragedies, my trials, my travail, but yet God helped me prevail, and he can help you too. Let's fall forward.
Welcome to Global Lit Fest 2025. My name is Dr. Tiffany Creighton, and I am the author of Empowered by Fire. I am ready to help you use what was meant to destroy you to fuel you.
Amen. I'll reclaim my time. Change. I'm talking completely rearranged. No, I'm not deranged, but arranged in his image. But you are talking conforming. I'm talking transforming, like from a caterpillar to a butterfly, like a seed blooms into a flower in its finest hour. By the renewing of my mind, not just one time, but daily, I change my mind. But you are talking, you've changed as if that is a bad thing. No, you don't know me anymore. No, I'm not like before. Just wait until you see the rest he has in store. I've changed. You say the same. You should up your game. You should do the same. I mean, a complete upgrade in Jesus' name. I've been changed by the one who doesn't change, by the one who stays the same. Yes, yesterday, today, and forevermore. Oh, yes, there's even more, more of him and less of me. That's me, multifaceted and dynamic, not static, but ecstatic to give him glory. Well, you do know that's not the end of the story. You ask, how do you do it? I think for a change, and then, like Nike, I just do it. I don't just think it, I speak it. I don't just talk it, I walk it. He gave me breath so I can breathe it. I can see so I can live it every day. He's the potter, I'm the clay. He knows the way he made me. So on the potter's wheel, I'll stay so he can change me. I'm talking completely rearrange me. Change is constant. So as I embrace change, change embraces me. By the way, change ain't free. It costs the old for the new. So, yes, I've changed, and so should you. Never stagnation, but transformation, reformation, restoration, and manifestation through revelation causes a revolution. For the change in you and me will change a nation, to change generation after generation. Change.
Hi, I'm Claudine Givens, author of Birthing Vision, a 30-day devotional on faith, motherhood, and trusting God's timing. Birthed from my journey through infertility, IVF, and motherhood, this devotional will help you find peace, strength, and faith to persevere through life's waiting seasons.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. So, again, keep the engagement going, keep the comments coming in. Let's keep that excitement going because why? It is a lituation. Let's get excited in the comments. Throw some fire emojis down in the comments, y'all. Let's see you. Let's see you down in the comments. I want to see fire emojis in the comments. Please and thank you. Let's see them. Let's see them. We're getting ready for another author interview while you drop those emojis in the comments. I'm going to read her bio so we can learn a little bit more about her. And let's see those fire emojis. Let's see those fire emojis. Let's see them. Let's keep them coming. Let's see them. Yes, let's see them. Let's see those fire emojis. Let's keep them coming. Let's keep them coming. Thank you all so much. Oh, and can I just say thank you to my producer? Can I just say thank you to the producer today? See, listen, I am typically the one in the background. Stephanie, y'all heard Dr. Tiffany talking about her. That wasn't me. Don't tell her that was me talking about her. Dr. Tiffany say how, she kind of like push you to do stuff. Well, she, ooh, child, yes. This is not what I do. I stay in the background, okay? But thank you so much to our amazing producer, Kimmy. Y'all gonna see her later. She just don't know it yet. Y'all don't tell her. I'm telling y'all, but y'all gonna see her later. You know how they tell you in church you've been voluntold. She's been, I asked her, thank you so much. Thank you. This is not something I do. For everybody that knows me know I do not like to do this. I don't do this. I don't do it. And you would think I'm used to it by now, but it's okay. So I'm gonna do a little question, a little icebreaker to kind of reset, and then I'm going to read about our next author coming up, and we have a special interview moderator for that. When I tell you, it's amazing to have a village and a community. No, I'm not good at it. Don't do that. When I tell you, it is so great to have a village and a community of people that will support you at the drop of a dime. It is amazing. Okay. I text my best friend last night. Hey, can you do this? Okay. Erica came in. That's going to be moderating our next interview. Erica was like, I'm here. I had to work, but now I'm here. Look at God. And then she was like, if you need me to do something, I said, girl, can you do this interview? Okay. Listen, it is amazing to have people that support you at the drop of a dime. And they ain't doing it because of me. It's all because of Stephanie. I mean, they might be doing it for me for a little bit, just a little bit. I see you back there, Red, making them faces. So thank you. I love you too, Christina LaDonna. Okay, so listen. So I want to do this quick icebreaker question to just reset the room a little bit before we go into the next thing. But before we do that, we've seen some amazing people thus far, right? Like we're talking about telling our stories. We have William with the comic, and listen. Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on. Anybody that writes, don't ask them to send you a short bio. Child, they don't know what that means. Some of them do. Somebody send me a bio. All of this, we ain't got that much time. Why we don't follow directions? But I love them. They have been amazing to work with, and they're okay with me talking about them because I gave them a little warning when we met last week. I'm gonna talk about y'all and pick on y'all just a little bit, just a little bit. Okay. Don't forget, please purchase the books from the authors. The purchase links will be going in the comments of the people that we've seen thus far. Please, please, it is about the authors today. Please support these authors, purchase their books. They are well worth it. We have holidays coming up, birthdays still coming up throughout the rest of the year. We have Christmas coming up. And just buy a book. They're taking books away from us now in schools and in libraries that we can't read. And these are the books that we need to have in front of us. So let's support these authors and get their books and read their books. Okay. And even if you don't want to read it, just buy the book and give it away. Just buy it. Okay. All right. So, and I want to see everybody in the comments responding. If your life was a book, what would the title be? If your life was a book, what would the title be? All right. So y'all go ahead. I can't wait to see these responses. And while those responses are coming in, we're going to start dropping the links for the authors so that you all can start getting those links to start clicking and purchasing them. And don't forget to purchase the Global Lit Fest lookbook. It's only $5. Okay. It's only $5. And okay. All right. And on top of that, so our next author coming up is all the way in that little beautiful island called Jamaica. I had a little bit of Jamaica over here too in my home this morning. My mom, well, no, my auntie, she made some saltfish and ackee. Anybody know what that is? Ackee and saltfish? I see you, Erica. You know what that is? And some boiled dumpling. Mm-hmm. I had a little Jamaica over here. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, yes. I had a little Jamaica over here. Let's see these comments with these titles of your books. Let's see it. I want to see those comments, those titles. Yes, we had I had a little bit. Mine is in the microwave because I'm working. So when I get us like 2 minutes to get off the screen, I'm gonna go get a little piece a little bit real fast. Yes, some ackee and sawfish today. So, all right. So thank you all. So let's read some of these comments before we go on. So Dr. Tiffany said, "Empowered by fire." Dr. Ty, "Transformed by his love." Ooh, okay. All right, I like that. Journey Through Scars said, "Journey through scar." Oh, Journey Through Scars. Okay, okay. I love that. I love that. I love that. Jamaica, Jamaica. Any other links? Any other, not links, I'm sorry. Any other title names? Now I know y'all got a title for your book. That's okay. I'm gonna ask y'all again later, and I want to see them. Y'all keep the comments coming in with, if your life was a book, what would the title be? Okay, y'all keep them coming. Keep them coming. All right. Now back to, because like I told y'all, I am trying to be a woman of my word, and I'm gonna stay on time and keep us on track. Okay, we are gonna stay on track and be on time today. All right. So next up, we have Miss Donna Morris, a Jamaican-born best-selling author of "Moved to a New Mindset," a minister, marriage mentor, mindset coach, wife, and mom. After living over 20 years in a one-bedroom quad, battling negative self-talk, fear, and a scarcity mindset, she experienced a powerful mindset through God's word and stepped boldly into victory. Today, Donna coaches women to break free from mental barriers, embrace abundance, and walk confidently in their God-given purpose. As a dynamic keynote speaker, she inspires audiences locally and internationally and globally, girl, with her energy, enthusiasm, and bold declarations of transformation. Let's first welcome our moderator for this interview. That's Miss Erica Thomas, which is also an indie author. Before we bring Donna up,
thank you,
how
Tam.
you doing? Thank you so much for saying yes.
Not a problem.
Can you tell us real quick the name of your book and a little bit about your book?
Okay,
I
real
learned
quick. I know, I got you. I got you. Real quick. My name is Erica Thomas, and the book that I had the privilege of birthing with Stephanie as my literary doula is Breaking Covenants with Counterfeits, A Journey to Freedom, which is also a love story. And it is a personal story of my personal journey to walk to freedom. A lot of people have talked about breakthrough and different things like that. I believe lies about myself my entire life. And it was about my journey of understanding and discovering who God actually created me to be, breaking free of those lies and getting to walk out in that, in my true, authentic identity, empowered by his love. So that is my book, Breaking Covenants with Counterfeits.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing. I'm sure you knew, you had an inkling I was going.
Yeah, I got
You
you.
knew.
I'm
You
open
knew.
for anything. That's where we
Okay.
at.
Be ye always ready.
In season and out.
Thank you so much, Erica. Next up, we have Donna Morris with for our next interview. And after her interview, she'll be doing a 2-minute reading from her book. And after that, we will have another, well, we'll have another quick commercial, and we'll go back into another interview with another amazing author coming up. All right. Thank you all so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Tammy. Hi, Donna. Make sure you unmute yourself because you know we've been having this
Hi.
and some mute buttons today.
All right. I'm saying Victory, hello.
Awesome, awesome.
Yes.
Good to see you.
I'm so
Well, we'll just jump into this interview really quick. We heard your bio, which was amazing. So can you
yeah.
tell us a little bit about how you were inspired to really write this book and what do you want readers to get from reading your book?
Wow. Thank you so much for that. I am telling you, I am excited to be on. And it's really, really an amazing, amazing platform globally. And so to start out by saying what inspired me to write this Move to a New Mindset book, it started really with my very own transformation of my mind shifting. And so as a result of that, I had enrolled in a 9 weeks online course entitled Mind Renewal. And so in that course, I experienced a change in everything and understanding about the power of the mind. And so as a result of completing that course, at the end of the course, when I made my final submission of my assignment, I say that the Move to a New Mindset book was birthed out of that course.
Wow.
And I'm telling you, what I recognize is that my entire life shifted. And so, what I would want persons to get from my book is that let go of your past. You don't have to let your past define you. You don't have to remain stuck in your past of limited beliefs. And so, readers, understand this, that don't let your past disqualify you.
Man, that is so powerful. Thank you for that, Donna. That is
Yes.
so amazing. And that just speaks volumes to the many lies that we can believe that we're too old for change or we're
Yes.
too far gone or time has passed too much for us to see a difference in our lives. So that sounds like a powerful book, and I hope that each and every person that is listening will take the opportunity to get that book and read it. It sounds amazing. Let me
Thank
see what. Okay, so we've heard a lot of different people talking about the process of this writing. Okay, because
you.
I'm an author myself and have had that experience,
Mhm.
especially with Stephanie as my literary doula. Can you tell us what was the most rewarding part of your writing journey?
Wow. For me, what was so rewarding was the support that I got on that journey of writing, late hours, getting up early. And so I would say I'm grateful for my husband, my son, that support and the community that God has provided, even in my kingdom family. It's truly amazing. So, on that writing journey, you definitely need good support.
Yes, yes, I can completely agree with you. I'm grateful that you did have that support. And I think that's something that we definitely have to emphasize when someone, especially a first time author, is writing about their own personal journey, like it was mentioned in the previous panel, that tribe, that community, the right people, that is so important to have that support. So thank you for bringing that up. Now,
Yes.
question number 3. Okay, so what advice would you give to another author that's writing in your genre that doesn't sound like cliche, but it would, truly support that author on that journey? What would you share with them?
Okay. What I would say to an author, that first thing you need to understand that the writing process It's really not about you. The readers is what the writing is all about. So my tip to you is remember this, that you're right to impact persons, because your author will definitely feel, your readers rather will definitely feel that impact.
Yes, that is so good. That was one of the things that helped me get through my own process of writing, was thinking about the person on the other end, because I had already walked through it and was continuing to walk through it during the writing process, but it was thinking about that other person on the other end that was just kind of starting out on this path and needed that encouragement. So that's pretty powerful. So
Yeah.
our last question before we go into your wonderful reading of your book is,
Okay.
if your book, right, was turned
Yes.
into a movie or a TV series, who would you cast as the main character? And what about that person do you feel embodies you the most? Like, who would you cast? And you can take a couple minutes, I mean, a few seconds to think about that, because I was like, oh, that was
Oh
good.
wow.
Good job.
Wow. I want to be very honest that for that movie, I would definitely want to be that main cast, because I want to really come out there and tell persons, listen, purpose does not have an expiry date. And for you to shift to that new mindset and leave that comfort zone, it would take someone like me to really come out and tell that, write that movie and let it be a script that persons can benefit from. I truly believe, Erica, that I would be the best person to come out and be that main person.
And Donna, I am convinced that you are definitely the person to do it. Thank you so much for your honesty and your transparency and your encouragement. Now feel free to go ahead and give us a few minutes of your wonderful book. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Erica. And again, let me go right into it. This is my beautiful book, Move to a New Mindset. And I'll read from chapter 2, Let Go of the Past. You do not have to be a prisoner of your own mind. Life has so many challenges to offer, but you do not have to miss out on what God has in store for you by being a prisoner in your mind. Mental prisons are often through fear, doubt, or lack of confidence. It can grip you to the point that you of yourself are not even sure what it is that is holding you back. However, to break free from your mind prison only depends on you. How many times have you thought that you will not be able to achieve something? Maybe because you have seen someone else fail at doing it. At no time in your life, you should be looking at what others are achieving or not achieving. Here lies an important revelation that you need to grasp. Learn to run your own race and stay in your lane. Reflecting on what the scripture states in Philippians 4:13, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. This has brought great hope to light that it's possible to break out of the prison of your mind.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you for that. Okay. Sorry about that behind the scenes stuff. All right. Okay. So, welcome back. And that was a really great interview and reading from Donna. Thank you so much for that. Now, yeah, I told y'all I got the spirit of Stephanie. So I want to bring Erica back up right quick. Can we get Erica back up, please?
Hey,
Hey,
how you
girl.
doing? Hello.
So we're gonna have Erica to read just a minute or
Okay.
so.
All
Um,
right.
yeah, about a minute. A
Okay.
little segment, a little piece from your book. Thank you, Dr. Tiffany.
Okay. All right.
You know, it's like be ready, be ye ready. You're
Yes.
supposed to be ready
Yes. You
all
did say
time,
that.
at all
You
times.
did say that. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. Okay. I'm ready. You ready?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So I am reading from my book, Breaking Covenants with Counterfeits. It may be a little bit hard to see. I don't know what this blurry thing is, and I don't feel like fixing it right now. But um initially in the book, I talk about this one moment where this revelation came about. I had experienced something in my life where I only talked about it if someone, if the Holy Spirit prompted me, and I usually talked about it one-on-one. Well, there was an incident that happened where I was prompted to share it with a person, and in sharing it, she received like this breakthrough. I guess she had been praying to God about something, and hearing my testimony uh, was pretty much confirmation about a decision that she had to make. And so she invited me to a retreat, and I ended up sharing this testimony at the retreat. And that's kind of how we got to this place of writing this book. So the part that I'm going to read is the I guess you would say it was the point in my life where I knew that there was something different, and kind of at the point where I had started to receive something that God said was not true about myself. And that subsequently led to me adopting a counterfeit identity. So this the section is titled, "What You Talking About, Wiz?" It was right around the time I turned 7 or 8 that my grandmother would have these family gatherings where her cousins would come to visit from out of town. And during one of those gatherings, my aunt Freddie, who is actually my grandmother's cousin, but we used to call her aunt, she grabbed me and she hugged me real tight, and with these super long fingernails that always had me wondering how she used to use the bathroom. And she said, "Where is that little girl that used to talk us half to death?" And my eyes widened with the "what you talking about, Willis" look on my face, an ode to the 70s sitcom Different Strokes, for those of us who can remember that. I had no clue what she was referring to. I didn't think she was talking about me. Not me. I was shy. I was quiet. I was fat. That was who I was. It didn't hurt that those were words others used to describe me. At the time, I hated going to my grandmother's house when she had company. I hated the thought of people looking at me. I did everything I could to draw attention away from myself. I felt like all eyes were on me looking with disapproval. I hated the person I had become. Being fat, quote unquote, made me different. And no matter how I tried to camouflage it by wearing oversized dark clothes, I still stood out, which made me a target for bullying. In grade school, I hated going shopping for school clothes. I felt like every eye was on me, thinking, what is the fat girl going to find to fit her? There were no stores that sold large size for young people. You dressed either like an old woman or a child. Sears, which was the only store that sold plus size, quote unquote, clothes for kids, back then they called them Pretty Plus for girls or Husky for boys. Nowadays, with all the body positive images and messages, you can find extended sizes in almost anything that's made. With all the added hormones and genetically modified organisms or GMOs in foods these days, almost everybody could be pretty plus. When I was growing up, though, not so much. It seemed like everywhere I turned, I was reminded of my size. I tried going into a store once that catered to juniors. As soon as I walked in, the store clerk quickly let me know that they didn't carry my size there. I would give my mother the blues when we would go school shopping. I always had an attitude because I felt like people were watching me. There was this one time this local news station was taping a back to school segment at the mall, and I ran, trying to hide behind columns or anything else that would keep me out of view. When I got home and turned on the TV that night, there I was on the news, ducking from the camera. My mom signed us up for Weight Watchers. This was the first time we were going to try and do something about my weight. At the first group meeting, I was so embarrassed. I was the only child in a room full of adults, and they asked me how my week went. I almost passed out. It all reinforced the fact that I was different. I didn't want to be. I didn't want to do anything different than what my peers were doing. I didn't want to think about my weight or dieting or any of that. I just wanted to blend in and be normal. I was a pretty smart kid in school, but I learned to be that being too smart made you a nerd, which was just another thing to get bullied about. I decided to fly below the radar, smarter than the regular kids. Oh, wait, sorry, smarter than the regular kids. I didn't have to be in classes with them and risk getting bullied, but being too smart was being considered a nerd. Once I got to the sixth grade, I started feeling slightly more comfortable in my own skin. Sixth grade was the upper echelon of grade school. I had friends. I was even considered cool. I wasn't being bullied anymore. One day I came to school wearing a fresh outfit. Neon or loud colors, as we call them, were in, and I had on hot pink everything. Hot pink sweatshirt, hot pink and white pinstripe pants, and a hot pink bandana bow in my hair to top it off. I looked like I had just walked off the set of a Cindy Lauper Girls Just Want to Have Fun video shoot. I knew I looked good for the first time in a long time. I was okay with being seen. I was literally the talk of the school. That was a great day. Once I got to junior high school, I went back into my shell. I started getting bigger. When I was at elementary school, I would spend the summers at summer day camp. Once I stopped, I spent summers watching soap operas and eating. So every year I went up a size and I was embarrassed about my body. So I wore oversized clothes to hide my shape. I hated being me so much that I started fantasizing about being someone else. I would live out my day going through the motions, but replay it in my mind as someone else. In my fantasy world, the coolest girl in school was my cousin. The finest boy was my boyfriend. I imagined how I looked, how I dressed, and even the things I would say. I got so good at pretending to be someone else that even in my dreams, I was this fantasy person. You want me to keep going?
You're good. Thank you. Hold on. Thank you so much, Erica. I'm trying
You're
to. Okay,
welcome.
thank you. Thank you, Kimmy. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for just letting me tell you what to do today.
You got me. You got me.
Thank you for showing up and supporting. You all check out Erica Thomas. Her book is amazing as well. But thank you. Thank you for coming on and moderating and doing all of the things today. I might
No
call you
problem.
again later, but who
Oh,
knows?
all right.
I love you, girl.
I love
All
you
right.
too.
So next up, we have another giveaway. But before we do that, let's just talk about we gotta thank our sponsors again. Let's talk about our sponsors. We have another giveaway coming up and our lookbook. Listen, y'all, get the lookbook. It's pretty, but it's gotten good information on the inside. Again, the Global Lit Fest book highlights all of the authors that you see here today. It has all of their contact information as well. We have sponsors and ads in there, services. If you need real estate, you got David, that's a realtor. All the good things are in there. And this will be even something even more, to expand for next year, because we will be coming back next year with Global Lit Fest 2026. So make sure you get that lookbook. You can scan the QR code that's at the top right-hand corner, or you can click the link that'll be dropped in the comment section as well in a moment. Okay, so definitely do that. Can we go to the sponsors page, please? Let's do our thank yous really quick. It's towards the front. Yeah. Sorry about that. So I want to thank Kitchen Table Literary Arts, TVM Business Solutions, that's me, Cocoon to Wing Publishing, Stephanie Outen, our literary doula, The Blend Academy, Kingdom Tech, David Williams, the realtor, the entrepreneur well, Everything Chris, Sister Lift, Beyond the Curves, Lioness Accounting and Tax Services, and Desire to Travel. We want to thank you all, each and every one of you. We could not have done this event without you and your support to make this happen, so that we can host these amazing authors that are here on this stage and being bold and brave and just showing out today. Like, y'all got the screen on fire. Okay, we gonna continue burning up the internet. Let's drop those fire emojis in the comments. Let me see them. And next up, we have a giveaway, and we're gonna have another author. I'm sorry, not an author, but a commercial break after the giveaway. And after the giveaway, I'm gonna come back and talk to you all a little bit about the next panel, which is with Emily Claudette Freeman, what book editors look for when editing a manuscript. She did an interview with Stephanie, and I said, God always work things out in mysterious ways. So unfortunately, Claudette's mom passed last week. And so we had to pre-record her because she still wanted to participate in the event. So we have it pre-recorded, and we're gonna play it so that you all can see it, because we wanted to include her in this event as she wanted to be included as well. And we appreciate Claudette for that. If she's listening, you're in our thoughts and prayers as well, you and your family. And then you'll see me again. All right. So thank you for those fire emojis in the comments. Now, next up, I'm so sorry. Next up, so let's do this giveaway. We got giveaway time. Type giveaway in the comment section. Giveaway in the comment section. So this particular giveaway, I haven't specified any of the giveaways if you've noticed, but this particular giveaway I want to specify because I'm going to have you all do a little bit of homework, a little assignment. So I am giving away 2 self-care boxes, okay? I have a nonprofit, Beyond the Curves, and I want someone to tell me what year Beyond the Curves was incorporated. Let's go. What year was Beyond the Curves incorporated? Remember, authors, you are not participating. This is for our amazing participant and guests. Let's see the comments. Come on. I know you can't participate. It's okay. Nope, you can't either, Erica. Any guess? If no one else responds, maybe I'll allow our authors to participate. What do you think about that? Shake your head so I can see y'all. What you think about that? I can't see y'all back screen. Anybody? Uh-oh, I'm sorry. Ooh. Can y'all hear me? Because my thing just did something funny. Hold on. I can't, you might be able to hear me, but it's not allowing me to move my screen. Give me just a minute. Oh, child, not today, Satan. Okay, can you all hear me? All right. Okay, so I see answers. None of those answers are correct. Close, but not quite. No, that's not correct. So I'm going to give it to Erica since she was the closest. If we have no more answers coming in. Yes, that is correct. 2015. 2015, yes. Yes, that is correct. All right. So go ahead and send your name and mailing address or shipping address to info@stephaniealton.com. No, it's 2015. It's 2015. We'll put that email address in the comments. So put your name, your YouTube handle if it's different, and your mailing shipping address out to you. Okay. Yes, it was 2015, but somebody already answered. Thank you all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. So next up, we're going to have our commercial break and then stay tuned. Like I said, as a matter of fact, before I do that, I'm just going to do it now. That way we can go roll right into it. A strong book isn't written, it's rewritten, because a lot of times you write, then you got to rewrite and rewrite some more. So editors play a key role in shaping manuscripts into books that truly shine, right? So on this discussion, you'll hear what editors really look for and how authors can strengthen their work before hitting published. Okay. So after the commercial, you'll see the pre-recorded interview with Emily Claudette Freeman and our very own Stephanie Outen. Thank you all so much. Stay tuned.
Hello, my name is Christina LaDonna, and I am the author of Unlocked, Being Freed from Your Dysfunctional Prison. And I am ready to help you move past your past traumas and become unlocked. My motto is, don't allow the traumas of your past to imprison your future. It's time to get unlocked. Welcome to your journey. I look forward to seeing you soon.
All right. Well, I am joined today by Emily Claudette Freeman, who is a phenomenal professional editor, playwright, author, literary midwife, coach, and book publisher. She is all these things wrapped in one. And I'm delighted to have this opportunity to spend some time just interviewing you for the Global Lit Fest audience, the authors that are participating, to hear from a professional editor what exactly you look for when editing a manuscript. So I have just a few questions that I want to be able to
Okay.
ask you and give you an opportunity to share with the viewing audience about what a day in the life of an editor looks like. So to start off, what are the most
It
common
starts with
mistakes?
cutting your hair short so you don't have to worry about pulling it out.
Hey, that sounds right. Okay. Look, that's why I wear braids, because I don't know what's going on in here. You know, I don't pulled out my hair a whole lot in this whole writing, coaching, and publishing process. So I need my
Exactly.
right. So, what are some of the most common mistakes that you see in manuscripts before the editing process actually begins?
I think the biggest thing is that writers aren't often checking their own stuff, right? So, grammar check, Grammarly, pro editing, intelligent editing, anything that's going to catch the common typos, the common spelling things,
Mm-hmm.
use that, because in using it, it actually will help you figure out where you may have missed something in a transition or in a sentence structure, because you have to go back and read the whole sentence where
Mm-hmm.
you're correcting something. So it also gives you the opportunity to not do a standard grammar check with a software, but to do a double check with your eyes.
Ooh, that's good. That's good. And do you
Yeah.
find some of the same maybe challenges, whether you're editing fiction, nonfiction, self-help? Do you find some similar challenges in the way that authors present their manuscripts?
Yeah, definitely. The basic grammar and the basic just general grammar check on a document is really crucial, right? Because what happens from an editor standpoint is, while we're editors, if we have to go in and clean up the document before we edit it, it takes additional time. And plus, what happens is we're likely kind of catching stuff just from a general clean it up perspective, that's going to immediately cause us to look at what we check after a little differently,
Mm,
right? Because then we have to worry about whether the context of the content from what we fixed here is now going to affect what we're seeing here,
okay.
right? So it kind of it makes the work a little extra tedious.
Mhm.
Not that that's a bad thing, but it does take away from the for me, it takes away from the in-depth intimacy with the work,
Okay. Oh, I
right?
love that you said the
Yeah,
in-depth intimacy with the work,
with
because
the
you
work,
do
right? Which
give.
also indicates that, perhaps, but part of the writing process, even especially for the author, is to edit it after you write it, to do some editing on it after you write it,
Yes.
right? Because you're the author, so you have to be able to catch and correct some things before it even gets to an editor.
Yeah.
And that's true nonfiction and fiction,
Yeah.
right? So, like, if in chapter 5 you're calling a character Litmus, but in chapter 3 Litmus was Litany, you should have caught that before it got to us. Otherwise, I'm getting down to Litmus thinking, is the guy bipolar? Does he have two people in him that have different names? Where did Litmus come from? Right?
Look, Claudette, don't tell them all my business, because that's exactly what happened to me when I wrote my first book. Claudette was my editor, and Claudette was like, "Wait a minute, who are these kids?" And when
Right.
I went back and I saw that I had given the characters names, one set of names in the beginning of the book, and towards the end of the book, the characters' kids had different names. She was
Yeah,
like, "Who are
different name.
these kids?"
Who are these people? I was like, Harper, who are these people?
So that is something that authors should do to really help make the editing process a little bit more, smooth and easy for you as the editor. Now, we always tell authors to just write the first draft. Like, don't
Mhm.
try to edit as you're writing. Just
Absolutely.
write the first draft, but
Absolutely.
then you should do some self-editing before
Absolutely.
it goes to the editor. And so that's something that would actually help your process run more smoothly. And also, like you said, some of those grammar check software like Grammarly or what were some of the other ones you mentioned?
There's pro editing, there's intelligent editing,
Mhm.
just and even your regular Word or PC or Apple Word check
Yes.
or grammar check program
Hmm.
should be able to help you catch a lot of things,
Yeah,
right?
and
It
and
should
they
be able to help
do.
you catch a
It's
lot of things.
essential. It's essential for authors to be able to utilize those tools. But nothing, no tool can ever replace the natural eye
Right,
of an editor. And I don't mean just from a proofreading perspective where they're checking for, the grammar, the spelling, and punctuation and things of that nature, but really that in depth editing that comes
yeah,
with developmental editing, building
right,
up the story.
right,
What content, should go here versus there. So you really want to make sure that you have someone like a Claudette who has spent years editing and really understands the writing process to help you get through and have a manuscript that is clean and ready and ready to be published.
right,
Right.
yeah. And the development is key, right? Because especially I think when you work with someone like me that has a news talk production background, that's my training. Look for the who, what, when, where, why, how,
Yes.
and what could happen. If this story had gone this way, what is the opposing position on something? And so I look at everything from that perspective. And so you'll get a document back from me with a whole lot of red and 50 million comment boxes, right? Um, and you're like, okay, did I write anything right? That doesn't mean you didn't write it right. It just meant there's so much more seasoning we can put on that piece of meat, right?
Yes.
And I mean, we got to put some seasoning on the meat, sweetie.
I love that seasoning on the meat.
The meat.
And let me tell y'all, my first book, when Claudette put her seasoning on that meat, oh yeah, it was completely different. And I thought I do feel like I wrote a great story. I wrote a good story until Claudette put that seasoning on that meat and made it a great story, right? She helped me to think about and recognize things that I did not think about and put the reader at the end of it to really see, did I provide the reader with a full enough experience that they could
Yeah.
understand each character's perspective? And I wrote fiction, my first book, but she
Mm-hmm.
also edited my nonfiction chapter in an anthology as well. And she really helped me to bring the story together, make sure that parts were connecting and that there
Right.
was no nothing that would make the reader be unclear about something. And so
Exactly.
that
Because
was
fiction or nonfiction, Stephanie, the story is the story.
yes.
Right. And so even when if it's nonfiction and we're writing it from a self-help perspective, as you
Mhm.
mentioned, or even a Christian perspective or a business perspective, the story is still the story. And there are still characters in the story,
Yes.
right? If you're writing a business book, your characters is that target audience. They're people who you're trying to train or the people that you're trying to teach them to train or to reach, right? So the people in the story and what you're taking and giving to the people are all key in fiction or nonfiction, right?
Absolutely.
So you still need to develop it. You can take something in a Christian sense and totally dig out a revelation in a passage that just
Yeah.
right. But once you can't just leave the smoke. You got to grab every whiff of smoke and
Yes.
show me the story and
Mm.
show me the piece and the revelation in each piece of puff of smoke. And it's the same way, regardless, across the board, right? So there's always a story, there's always a character, there's always a purpose and an intent.
Yes.
And even if you're writing fiction, and even if your fiction is plays or film or whatever, there's always got to be, for me, a point to it all.
Yes.
A point to it all. When I get to the end of that novel, even if I loved it, I should be able to tell somebody what the point of it was.
Yes. And okay, tell me if you agree or disagree. When it comes to especially fiction, because that's I'm passionate about fiction. I know that you are passionate about fiction as well. When you read a book and you've gotten through the entire book and it's been meaty and you're like, oh, this is good. And then you get to the end and you're left flat. Like, what the heck just happened here?
Right.
And especially if the author leaves it open in a way that they may write a second book, but then they don't write a second book. And so you're left feeling like, oh my God, what in the world did I just like? I just invested all this time in reading this book and there's no real ending. And now I'm left stuck trying to figure out. I get frustrated. Like, tell me your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it is frustrating. And you know, it is frustrating because while you can write a book with another book or a series of books in mind, here's the truth of the matter. An author can love your work and never pick up the second or third book.
Exactly.
So give me what I need in the first book,
Yes.
right? Close out your book properly.
Yes.
Close out your book properly. And when I say close it out properly, it doesn't mean like if you're writing romance, believe it or not, romance does not always end up like a Hallmark movie. I don't care what Hallmark has
Exactly.
convinced us, you know. Um, so when you get to the end of that story and I'm reading your book and I take my last little pot, bite of popcorn while I'm reading your book, I need you to wrap that puppy up,
Thank
right?
you.
If Ben and Melissa did not end up together, that is all right. But I need to know they didn't end up together, and I need to know whichever character I did not like in the book got the bad end of the deal,
Yes.
right? And that's the other thing for me with fiction books. I don't think everything has to wrap up neatly and pretty in a bow because
Exactly.
life is not like that.
Right.
At the end of some chapters in our life, stuff does not wrap up all pretty and beautiful.
Mm.
You know, even with the degree of redemption isn't always beautiful and easy and
That's
to
right.
get to,
That's right.
right? Yeah, so I want you to sometimes it's okay to give me redemption or to give me redemption with scars or to give me breakup with heartache, so I end that project going, wow, I hate it ended up for her like that, but you know what, she deserved that puppy.
That's right.
she
That's right.
got what she got what she deserved, right?
That's right. That's
That's
right.
real. Yeah. But that comes with being real to what you're writing too.
Mm.
Sometimes you write a genre and it's okay to write a genre, but also be brave enough and be bold enough in your writing to say this character, and this is going to sound weird. I'm not a bad person, I promise you. But this person really does not need to love anybody else until they get some counseling.
Ooh, that's good.
And so if she ends up alone, if the last thing we see her at the end of the book is her sitting outside in the rain crying,
Ooh.
that may be the beginning of the next book. But for me, at the end of this one, that girl got what she needed.
Yes.
Right? Even if it didn't look like what she needed for you, she got what she needed. She got what she sewn into her little story.
Yes. I
Yeah.
love that. And I'm so glad you said that because it is true that the end of a book can be the beginning of the next story, right? So
Right.
even when
Right.
you have closed it up, this is fiction, nonfiction, it doesn't matter. Even if you close it up in that one book, you still have an opportunity to open up something new in the next book. So
Right.
don't feel like you need to leave something so open-ended because you're like, oh, I'm just going to pick it up in the next book. No, because you may be like me and it's like almost 10 years later, I still haven't written the second part to my first book, but my first book had an ending. And so
Correct.
even if I never write the second book, you are left knowing what happens with each character's life. And so that felt good to me, right? That felt
Yeah.
good to me. And authors should feel the same way that I can give this an ending, regardless of what that ending looks like. And then
Oh,
if
absolutely.
I ever write another book, then I have an opportunity to create something new, even if it involves the same people from a previous
Right.
book. So
Right.
thank you for
Because
sharing
it
that.
can involve the same people, but the main character can be someone else in that circle, right? Because
Yes.
now it's their life that's got the drama,
Woo!
right? Or it's their life that has the brokenness, or it's their life that you can now take and teach something powerfully from a nonfiction perspective,
Mm,
because you can show someone's journey through counseling or journey through salvation or journey from rags to riches through a character, and you can do it in such a way so that even though I'm reading fiction, I can get some points out of that thing.
absolutely.
I can get some points out of what that character did, and in such a way that it doesn't look like it was all stepping on one piece of gold to another piece of gold. No, I got knocked down over here, but you know what? This is what she did, and blah 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 blah. And she had to push some people out of her life, and blah 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 blah, and that kind of thing. So you can, you can do that. And even in nonfiction, you can take your stories or the stories of your friends or people clients or whatever, and make them absolutely powerful character stories in your nonfiction work that people can relate to. Because people really learn by the truth of how you live,
Yes.
right? I mean, they want the statistical stuff very minor.
Mm-hmm.
They want the academic stuff, yeah, because the academic helps us understand the emotional.
Yes.
And they want the emotional stuff, but what they really want, and I've said this to projects we've worked on together, Stephanie, is they want the pat part of it, the practical, the applicable, and the tangible.
Yes.
That's what, and they want that 8 times out of 10 by seeing how that worked out in somebody else's life.
Absolutely. I love that. So make sure you all document that, the PAT method, and explain it one more time, Claudette. Even just the acronym.
Practical,
Practical,
the applicable, and the
applicable,
tangible.
and tangible. And that's what you
Tangible.
should be thinking about as you are writing the practical, the applicable, and the tangible.
Right.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Well, so let's flip the script a little bit and think about this from a different perspective. What are some of the qualities that you look for that signal a book has strong potential? You get the manuscript, you glance through it, and you're like, yeah, I see something here. This has some really strong potential. What are some of those things you see?
So if I'm looking at nonfiction work, I'm looking at whether or not you are really um, aware of the vulnerabilities of the people that you're writing for,
Okay.
right? I'm looking for, say you're writing something that's nonfiction that's based on your own experience. I'm looking for whether you're being vulnerable and transparent enough in your truth,
Mm. Yeah.
right? Um, because if you're still hiding way, way back, then that means there's a whole lot of teaching that's not going to hit the page,
Mm.
right? And then I'm looking for whether you've got some strong teaching points already that we just need to draw out,
Okay.
right? So a lot of times what I'll see is I'll see a solid lesson plan, but we need to teach the class.
Ooh, that is good.
Right. So let's go. So those are the key things. And then I tend to look for, depending on what type of nonfiction it is, right? So if I'm reading something like business, or if I'm reading something like Christian text, I'm looking for whether or not you've experienced what you're teaching or what you're writing about enough to show me something new, enough to open my eyes to something that I never saw, or a strategy that I completely missed.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's kind of like, um, if you've read something for years and years and years, like you can see a quote, um, the same quote, like you can see that quote when somebody shows you who they are the first time, pay
Believe them.
attention to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, believe them. Um, and so you can take that quote and then do a whole work on. What I totally miss is that the quote did not mean to give everybody the benefit of the doubt.
Ooh.
Right? So that's what I mean, right? So your revelation or your pain point or the rock that hit you from something you read all the time
Mm-hmm.
can become something that teaches somebody something,
Mm-hmm.
right? I like to use this analogy stuff. It's like cooking collard greens,
Mm-hmm.
right? People can cook collard greens, but I may not have the experience and the knowledge or the pain of cooking collard greens the way that you have.
Exactly.
Right? You may have never had to pick them things off them stems and wash them and wash them and wash them
Yes.
and roll them tight so you get
Yes.
that. But you may be, hey, you be like me sometimes on when I just want something quick and done, and I'm
Let
gonna
me get those glory greens.
I'm gonna go get the can of glory greens, and I'm gonna add some meat to it and some onions to make it taste like me and keep it pushing, right?
Yes.
But what the story could be is that sometimes in trying to do it and do it quick and do it easy, you miss the opportunity to show some self-love in the experience of a thing.
Yeah. You miss the process
You
too.
miss the process and what you're supposed to learn in that process. And so those two things then become part of what you teach and you look for in your book. And you can even do that in fiction,
Yes.
right? In a character.
Yes.
You can do that. You can do that through a character. So that's what I'm looking for in nonfiction. In fiction, I'm looking for whether or not you're aware of what's really in the genre.
Okay.
Right. So if you're writing science fiction, there are very specific things you have to have in science fiction. There has to be some research study. There has to be somebody that's going to end up with some strange ailment, blah, 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 blah. Right. If you're writing romance, somebody's going to have to meet. There's going to have to be a whole growing and falling in love period. There's going to have to be the test of the relationship. Right. And typically in romance, there's the happy ever after.
Yes.
So I'm looking for those elements. Are you incorporating, your elements? And if you're writing something that's kind of, let's say, it's more urban fiction related, unless you're writing something that's a little bit more Christian urban fiction, then I'm looking for the things that are common, right? There's a very rawness in the language in those types of books. There's typically very specific types of lifestyles and stuff. So I'm making sure you've got the elements of that work in the book. But even saying that, there are some things that are still very basic. Your characters have to be developed. Your scenes and your settings have to be developed. You got to have a storyline that makes sense.
Yes.
And your storyline has to be attached to your main character, right? And so I'm looking to see, excuse me, if perhaps one of your secondary characters actually is more interesting than your main character. If it is, we got a development problem.
Yes.
Or you might be writing about the wrong character.
That's so good.
You might be writing about the wrong character, baby. If this one is overshadowing everything and you in the book, that might not be the main character. So I'm looking for those elements, and I'm looking for, I'm a stickler for dialogue. So you're never going to give me a fiction book and I don't see some dialogue. Because so what, we got all of these people in the book and nobody talks to each other? You better write me some dialogue.
Absolutely. Yeah. It can't all be up in your head.
Please, for the proper way of cooking collard greens, please don't have every character sound the same.
Yes, that's right. Everyone has their own perspective, their own voice.
Yes.
Yes, their own way of speaking. So you definitely have to develop it so that each character is uniquely different.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. I love that. So for the sake of time, because I know if we go over, Tammy, our event producer, is going to kill me, but I do have to ask this last question. So just to wrap up, how does the author-editor relationship influence a book's success?
I think an editor ultimately has to be able to teach what they know, so that whatever an editor can teach you and what you present to them can help you with the next book and the next book. Right. And hopefully it creates a relationship where you come back and we get to be involved in several book projects. But for me, ultimately, it's all about teaching you what you need to know. Right. And one of the things I'm teaching big right now, Stephanie, is for authors to be very careful with using AI for writing.
Yes.
Right. Because here's the truth of the matter. Going back to something you said early, it is not going to give you the in-depth. It is not going to give you the emotions, the mood, the feelings of real people.
Yes.
Right. And the truth of the matter is an editor with a good eye will know specifically how much of your book you've used AI to write.
That's right.
Use it for a guide, use it as an outline, but don't be lazy. Write the book yourself, because I will promise you, and I will tell you this, very soon there are going to start being legal copyright challenges.
That's right.
To what you've produced and published as something that you wrote when you used AI to write it. So be very careful. Use it as a guide. Don't let it be the author and then you put your name on it. Because if your name is on it, that's who's going to get the action, not AI.
Right. That's right.
I'm just telling you now. I'm just telling you that.
Yeah, and that's even happening.
So an editor, right? And an editor should be able to challenge you on doing things like that. Should be able to say, why would I buy a book and 70% of it was written by AI? You're cheating me as a reader.
Absolutely.
You're cheating me as a reader. You're not training yourself as a writer, but you're training other writers because AI still has access to what they wrote for you, right?
That's
So
it.
do the work, love the work. If you're any type of artist and any type of creative, have some humility, have some pride, have some excitement and some passion about your own stuff,
Mm,
or why would anybody else?
that's right. That's right.
Right? Because as an editor, I can tell if you love and you are passionate about what you're writing by your writing. And if I don't see it, then I may very tactfully figure out a way to say, why are you writing this?
Yes. What's the point?
What's the point?
Yeah.
What's the point? Is this just for back of room sales, or is this, because you're going on a tour with a bunch of friends and they've all got books, so you want to put out something really quickly? And please don't give me a self-help book to edit, and I can see that you used AI, because I'm like, why?
Yes.
Are these your practice improvement techniques? Are these strategies that AI is pulled from here and there, and you just put your voice to it here and there,
Ooh. See,
right?
y'all are hearing it from one of the best.
So that's my whole thing in relationship now, right? Stephanie, the truth of the matter is, there are certain industries that are taking hits when it comes to the AI becoming as popular as it is, and that's fine. But there is always a personal connection in words when it comes to the writing and publishing industry
Yes.
that avid readers are always going to want. They're always going to look for it, and they will always lean that way.
Yes, absolutely.
They will always lean that way. And trust me, the industry and readers are becoming so savvy. The moment they see something in your project that feels like it was AI, number one, they're putting you down. Number two, they're never picking you back up again.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
Because I could just go to AI and say, hey, write me a nonfiction book on how to succeed in business in 6 months.
Yes. Yes. And you're going to get the same thing that everyone has already said and fed into AI. And so now you have a book that's just like everyone else's, and you're going to
Right,
have copyright issues that are
right,
going to bite you in the behind.
right. And not only that, you're not going to achieve what you set out to achieve, and that is using that book to help you generate clients.
Absolutely. Ooh, this was good.
So
Look,
that's part of that whole editor relationship. I know I went way out of left field, but I just
no,
need that's part of the editor's relationship, to tell you truth like that. Don't be a lazy writer.
that's
If you
right.
don't love what you're writing, don't be lazy. It's okay not to write it.
Yes. And what I'll say in closing is to trust your editor. And if you feel like, if you don't have a connection, because I do think it's important to have a connection with your editor
Yeah,
as well. Um, Trust your gut that if something doesn't feel right with that editor, it's okay to go to someone else, right? Because
right,
you do want to
right.
make sure that you all have a good partnership in this, because
Yes,
editor author
absolutely.
relationship is a partnership, and there's a give and take in there as well.
Mhm.
Don't be afraid to be challenged. Don't be afraid of your work, having surgery performed on it, which is what I always
Yeah,
say Claudette does. She performs surgery on it. Don't be afraid of those things. As an author, you have to be open in the
right.
editing process, and you have to feel comfortable that your editor is out for your success, because at the end of
Exactly.
the day, it's not the editor's name on it, it's your name.
Your
And
name.
they still want you to look good, sound good, and be successful. So trust that
Absolutely.
relationship, and
Absolutely.
please make sure you have a professional editor to
Right.
edit your work. So,
And please, and from an editor's perspective, if your editor is not working out for you, please feel free and give yourself full authority to fire them
yes, yes.
before you invest however many $1,000 only to get something back, and then have to go to another editor and say, okay, can you not only edit this, can you fix what the other editor did? Well, now guess what? Now it's going to cost you more money,
Oh,
because
yeah.
you're not just asking me to do one thing, you're asking me
Yes,
to do two things.
yes. And we have experienced that on
Right.
numerous occasions.
Yeah, just,
Both of
it's
us being
okay.
publishers, we've experienced
Right.
it with authors having to come to us to clean up other people's mess.
Exactly.
And when they come to
Exactly.
me, I'm like, Claudette, I need you to perform your
And then I'll be
miracles.
like, well, who did this? Who did this, Stephanie? I know Steph. Every time I say, who did this, Stephanie? I know Stephanie's like, oh, I was hoping she didn't ask.
I know.
But, but by the same, on the other side of that coin, I think editors need to be okay with firing an author.
Yes.
If you have an uncooperative author who is going to challenge you on things that you know is right and not a matter of opinion, you're editing based on structure, based on what should be there, and based on, you can't keep arguing with me about this because we're both wasting each other time. Because if
Absolutely.
we're working on your project, we should be working on your project, not on, oh, but I want this to, stay exactly like this because it
Yes.
reminds me of my cousin so and so. Okay, but it makes no sense to the story.
That's right.
It's not teaching the point you're trying to make in this particular work. It really has nothing to do with the scripture, right?
Yes.
It can fall, and if that's going to be the bulk of the editing conversation, then you have to be okay as well as an editor with firing your author.
Absolutely. Ooh.
That's part of the relationship. We have to both, like Gladys Knight, neither one of us wants to be the first to say goodbye, but somebody does.
I cannot. Look, okay, on that note, thank you so much.
You're very
The
welcome.
amazing, incomparable Emily Claudette Freeman, who just goes by Claudette, but I always have to put her whole government name out there so you know who she is. And again, she is a masterful editor. I have worked with her for since 2013, I think, 2014.
Oh my God, it's been that long?
It's been that long from when I wrote my first book.
Yeah. Oh wow.
To
Yeah.
her now being the lead editor on every book that Cocoon Swings Publishing has published. I cannot even see doing the work that I do without her. She has enhanced our team in so many great ways. And if you decide to work with us, or you decide to work with Claudette with Pecan Tree Publishing, or any of us from a writing coaching perspective too, just know that you are going to get the very best, because she puts her all into every single manuscript that she edits, that she reviews. And I just value and appreciate her so much. So thank you, Claudette, for being able to do this and sharing with these authors and the Global Lit Fest viewers about what the whole editing process looks like and what they can expect from an editor. And I expect questions are probably going to come. And so as they come into the comments, we'll gather them up and share them with you to make sure that the viewers and even the authors can hear even more from you in regards to the editing process. So thank you so much for your time today.
Well, this one last thing, Stephanie, as from an editing perspective, you're not supposed to like your editor. You're supposed to respect them and trust them.
Yes.
If you like me and I don't hurt your feelings at some point in the process, I need to go back and figure out what I'm doing wrong.
Yeah, because she will hurt your feelings. She hurt mine too. I had to take a break from her for a little while, but then I realized, hey, she was doing this for my best interest. And then I had to just work through it. But now I not only respect her, I love her and I value her, because without her, the books that we have produced would not have been as beautiful, as emotionally connective, as transformative, as healing as they have been. So thank you so much, Claudette, for your time today. On behalf of the Global Lit Fest team, we appreciate you. We love you. And we definitely plan to have you back next year.
Thank you. I'll be around.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right. A big thank you to our editors, not only Claudette, but all the editors, for pulling back the curtain on what it takes to craft a powerful book. We've learned that editing isn't just about tearing a manuscript apart. It's more about refining and strengthening and making sure the author's message, it shines clearly, right? So to every author, remember, your editor is not your adversary, even though it may feel like it, but your ally. Together you can create work that lasts, inspires, and elevate voices to the next level. So thank you so much for that. That was amazing. We missed your presence here, Claudette, but we understand likewise as well, you, Stephanie. Thank you all so much. So next up, right, not taking a break from Claudette. So next up, we have an author, another interview, And this, listen, Darren, he got the gift of gab. Y'all are going to enjoy this interview. He has a phenomenal story that everyone needs to hear and share and read his books. I'm sure he will definitely share those with him. We have another special guest moderator coming up as well. So I'm going to read a little bit about Darren. Okay. So Darren is an author of 2 books, a motivational speaker, a preacher, a chaplain, a philanthropist, a community leader, a purpose coach, a father, and a pop. And if you don't know what pop is, that's a granddaddy. He's also the founder of Pain to Purpose LLC, which exists to help motivate individuals who have experienced trauma of any kind to be resilient and choose to fall forward. Darren embodies the heart of a servant, unapologetically proclaims his faith in Christ, and deserves to reach people from all walks of life with a message of hope. So I'm going to bring Darren up, but before we bring Darren up, let's bring Darren up, and then we're going to bring up our moderator for this interview, Crystal Lynn. Hold on. Darren? Hold on. Okay. Kimmy, I don't know if you're there, but hang on. Okay, here we go. Hey, Darren, how are you?
Hey, Tammy. I'm trying to figure out what this gift of gab is you talking about.
Listen, you got 10 minutes, okay?
A lot of pressure.
Don't go over 10 minutes like you did in that commercial.
What was it? The commercial was supposed to be 30 seconds, right? I think I went 47 seconds.
He went over 41. I'm like, what? I told y'all they don't listen.
We don't listen.
But he's awesome.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Tammy.
let's bring up Crystal Lynn. I'm sorry, Crystal Bullard. Our next moderator. Thank you.
And Crystal Lynn is fine, whatever we want to call me.
You know I'm used to, so. You look fabulous, by the way.
Thank you. I wanted to give literary realness in celebration of our authors here today.
Yes.
Hi, Darren.
Crystal, I feel underdressed now.
No, you look amazing. And I'll tell you, I'm so excited to interview you just on the Cue Up Alone by Tammy and just the Pain to Purpose title. I know for me, without even knowing the why, that just has power and special meaning. So we really want to take a few minutes, get to know more about you, get to know more about your books and, just your writing journey in general. So why don't we start with you just telling us a bit about what inspired you to write your book, and then not just what inspired you. I think, what do you want the readers to take away from the book? But let's start with what inspires you.
In full transparency, the inspiration came from pain. I tell people that both the books that I wrote, the first one, I'm My Brother's Keeper, and this one, were books that I wish I never had to write. They're books that were birthed out of trauma and crisis. Pain to Purpose is an addendum to I'm My Brother's Keeper. I'm My Brother's Keeper is my dedication to the life and legacy of my brother who died in the line of duty of COVID-19. He was a deputy sheriff. And so his death was a gaping hole left in my heart, right? His death put me in a position where I felt lost because he was such a vital aspect of my life. And so my labor of love to him was to produce that literature, right? And then 5 years goes by and a downward spiral or domino of different types of traumas and pain ensued in my life. But it was me constantly asking God the question, why would I have to go through this? God, please help make this make sense. And that's the last chapter of my book. And God, indeed, through his grace and mercy, helped me see that my pain over the course of the last 5 years actually does have purpose. It does make sense. And so that's what I hope and aspire for others to get out of this book is to make a choice to fall forward. The just man falls 7 times, but each time we get back up. When you fall forward, you're choosing to use those blocks of life that you step on to either be a stumbling stone or a stepping stone. That's the choice. I either stumbled over this block and I'm staying down and I'm going to sit on this block and use it as a stupor of sorrow and soak on it, or I'm going to use it as a stepping stone to fan a flame that is in my heart that will then ultimately ignite this passion and fire that will lead me and propel me into purpose.
Oh, that is so. I just really want to stand up and give you a round of applause for that. This is just so powerful, and I think that trauma is real, mental health is real, and you helping to share your story, or you sharing your story of how you have managed to fall forward and push through that trauma, and how you've leaned on God, how you've leaned on other supports is super powerful, and I know it's going to touch a lot of lives, and I really look forward to immediately following today, getting your book and reading it, because I think that everyone can benefit from this, because trauma, pain, challenges affect everyone. No one is immune from it. So just that messaging is just super powerful. So I'm super excited about that.
No doubt, no doubt.
So let's pivot a bit to your writing journey. So tell me about your writing journey. What was the most rewarding part of your journey, or even the most surprising, or both, if you have insights there for our aspiring authors and just people who are interested in what that journey was like for you?
So for me, again, it was birthed out of trauma. So I didn't realize how therapeutic the writing journey would be when it was the first book and the second book. But at the same time, there's this dissonance that I grapple with, which is therapeutic, but yet at the same time triggering, because you're having to recount some of those painful moments as you're writing this memoir, so to speak, right? And so you're coming face to face with things that took place in your past that you didn't have to relive until you relived it in the moment that you decided to put it on paper, right? And so there's that therapeutic aspect, but yet the triggering aspect. And then the rewarding part is all of the beautiful reviews. So I'm a Brother's Keeper maintains about a 4.8 star on Amazon, with several different reviews that came through of people that felt their journey in life was helped because of that piece of literature that was written. And then in the same sense, Pain the Purpose, those have written that book, whether it was through Amazon and the reviews there, and that's maintaining the 5-star with several reviews as well. Seeing all the positive affirmations on how the book has influenced people, has helped people, that's rewarding, because it gives a sense of purpose to the pain. So I know that me writing these books, again, gives a sense of concrete value to the fact that I went through what I went through, but it was God literally turning all things to get that work together for the good.
No, you said a whole word there. And it's like, again, I think that this is so powerful, what you're writing about. So I want to ask you a question just based on what you just said. So you talked about the writing process being therapeutic, but also being triggering. And we know anytime we're working through pain, sometimes sometimes there are little waves in the path of working through some of the things that we need to work through. And so for people who are writing in the same genre, and perhaps they are using their writing as therapy, and they want to tell their story, what advice would you give? I know there's a lot of cliche advice out for authors, but I think you've already leaned into it, but what specific advice would you give someone writing in your genre just about the writing process as a whole? Because what sticks out is that, it can be triggering to tell your story. So either in that area or just in another area with writing in that genre, what advice would you give?
Ownership and vulnerability. In other words, own your story. It's yours. It's no one else to tell, which is why I think that the independent author journey is so important if you're going to do a memoir, because you can get into a publishing deal and they'll try to kind of distort or skew your story to fit a narrative that they think would sell books. And so you kind of lose the essence, you lose the transparency, you lose the truth behind your story. So owning that and even taking the risk of not having as many sales because you really want to own your story. It's your story, it's your testimony, and it's trusting God that He will get it into the audience that He wants to get it to. So own your story and then ultimately be vulnerable. Don't be afraid to be transparent. Don't be afraid to share all the real raw aspects of your story. Have a sense of true, I would say, let me word it this way. Don't be afraid of what others would perceive your story to be, how they're going to perceive you. You are who you are. God made you uniquely the way he made you. He wired you the way he wired you. And he's going to give you a platform to reach a certain audience that will absolutely receive you in a way that someone else may not be able to reach them. And so you being authentically you is the best you that you can be, because God will reach you through that level of authenticity. You never know who you're going to reach with your story. Never be ashamed of your testimony.
That's key. So basically owning your story, not being afraid to share your story, and just knowing that God gave you this story, he gave you this walk in life, and that this is going to inspire and empower others. So just basically leaning into your own story and being comfortable just sharing it and knowing that it's going to touch who it should touch in the right type of way. So
Yeah, you don't have to give the PG-13 version. Give the real, raw, R-rated, transparent story of who you are, especially if you're in the genre of doing memoir.
I love it. I mean, and that's very powerful because it's so liberating to really free yourself. And there is a heaviness that comes with shame, but when you can let that go and just free yourself and tell your story, I think that's game changing, and I think that's awesome advice. So I'm going to pivot a bit, and I want to ask a question that's a little bit different. So this is something that we like to ask. So if your books were written into a movie, and you had to cast someone to be your main character. So we want to know, who would you cast, and what about that person that you select for the movie or the sitcom? What is embodied in that person that makes you want to select them as the person that you cast?
Wow, that's a great question. I've never thought about that.
And you can take a moment and think about it, but yeah, I mean, sitcom,
So,
movie, love to know.
Coming off of the thought of being the real, raw, authentic me, it's hard for me to imagine anyone else being authentically me, because imagine someone trying to portray someone who is being authentic about their story, but it takes away the authenticity because they're not really me, right? But if I had to be forced into it, I would say it had to be someone that's actually strikingly handsome, that has a beautiful beard.
I love it.
And so again, it's kind of hard to find it. No, I'm joking. But I don't know. I would say maybe like a Ludacris, because he has that charisma, the look, the narrow face. I've been compared to him before. A hybrid between Ludacris, Dwayne Johnson, and Vin Diesel. If I could put a hybrid of those three guys together, I think they would do justice to a Darren character.
That's a super compare. I was thinking Dwayne Johnson, so I think I love it. So we have Ludacris,
And that's
Dwayne
because
Johnson.
the arms, hopefully,
it was
arms.
the beard, and it was the super arm. So we love it. We love it.
Thank you.
Okay, so we do want to give you an opportunity to read and tell us, because we know you have two books, which book you're reading from. We want you to share an excerpt, and then after you read, we just want to remind everyone how they can connect with you, because we know we've got different people coming in and out. So we've got your, I believe, Instagram on screen, but just how they can connect with you, again, because powerful message, powerful story, I'm sure, and we want to make sure we stay connected. But I agree. I'm reading the comments. Dwayne Johnson all the way.
Love it. All right. Well, I'm going to be reading an excerpt from my most recent book that was released. That is Pain to Purpose: Choosing to Fall Forward. It is from chapter number 5, and the title of the chapter is Moving On or Moving Forward? ? And so it reads: in the previous chapter, you may recall me saying, life is like one big playlist. There's a song for every situation. Well, you may be catching the trend of this book by now. It is starting to become one big playlist with a song that serves as a pathway for our journey through every chapter. Well, there's another song I would like to bring to your attention. I can remember the first time I heard this song. It was playing during a scene in the 1996 movie Rebound, which chronicled the life of Earl the Goat Manigault. Earl was a basketball player, turn the page here, excuse me, who became a legend in his time for his ability to jump higher than the average baller. Earl would sadly become addicted to drugs and miss out on the opportunity to become a true legend in the NBA. The story doesn't end that way, though. Earl would not stay down. Nope. He eventually cleaned himself up and went on to clean up the very neighborhood basketball court where he grew up. That court now serves as a breeding ground for aspiring basketball players to be coached. In my opinion, Earl is one of the greatest who never made it. Wait, but in many ways, he did make it. He made a choice to fall forward instead of backwards. He turned what could have been viewed as a tragedy into triumph. He turned pain into purpose. Now, back to the song. The song playing at the end of the biopic was written by Stevie Wonder, titled A Place in the Sun. I remember watching the end credits roll up on the screen while the song was playing. I also remember tears rolling down my face while the song was playing. Obviously, I was struck with emotion because of the cinematic magic of Hollywood to evoke such tears with the closing scene of the movie. In many ways, I think some of the emotion came from the fact that the song was just written beautifully and the lyrics ring true. Allow me to share these lyrics with you. Like, like a long stream, I keep running towards a dream, moving on, moving on. Like a branch on a tree, I keep reaching to be free, moving on, moving on. Because there's a place in the sun where there's hope for everyone, where my poor restless heart's got to run. There's a place in the sun, and before my life is done, got to find me a place in the sun. Like an old dusty road, I get weary from the load, moving on, moving on. Like the tired, troubled earth, I've been rolling since my birth, moving on, moving on. Is that my time?
As the caterpillar goes through, it grows through the process. It doesn't become less, it becomes more and emerges beautifully transformed on that great and wonderful day with all the beauty God had in store, just like you will be with your destiny wings. Grab your copy of Sentiments of the Heart, The Emergence. I am Sentimental, the Poetess.
Victory, hello. I'm Donna Morris, the best selling author of this beautiful book. Move to a new mindset, free from limitations, rejections, and fears. This book will help you to overcome mental blocks and to leave the comfort zone and to step into your God given purpose. Get this book and live your best life beginning in your mind.
See, there you go. They trying to stop me from talking. Thank you so much, Crystal. Thank you so much, Darren. That was amazing. Y'all go get Darren's books. The links will be his link will be in the comments shortly. Y'all, please again support these authors. It is pain to purpose and falling forward, right? And again, we've heard this message over and over earlier. Um, but sharing your story is going to help someone else, right? So please continue to support these authors. And thank you again to our sponsors, as well as don't forget the lookbook. The link should be in the comments as well shortly again, as the comments are scrolling and rolling. Let me know that y'all are still here and excited. Put some fire emojis. Come on. Let me see the fire emojis. Um, and again, thank you all so much. That's right. Great interview, Darren. Powerful message. Absolutely. Y'all need to get his book. I got the first one. I read it. I got the second one. I haven't started reading it yet, but get it. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. All right. So next we have, can I be honest with y'all? I done got lost. I got sidetracked. Hold on one second. All right. This is what I need. Okay. Thank you. So today we are talking to the real book people, the people that are most important for the books. And who is that? The readers. You see how my producer helped me out with that? Because when I tell y'all, I just got sidetracked. Okay, so thank you all so much for joining, Ms. Ronnie. So I'm gonna have everyone go around and just say hi, say their names, where they're from, and things like that. Okay. Um, I'm a little sad because my goddaughter was going to be here, but she's a college student and she's a RA. She's watching. Hey, Tay Tay, I love you. But they pulled her in to cover someone because somebody got sick, so she couldn't join us today. But that's okay. We still have some amazing readers here. So go ahead, starting with Crystal, and then go around. Just say your name and where you're from, where you're located.
Sure. So, Crystal Bullard, and I am located in Atlanta, Georgia.
And Erica Thomas, I'm in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Mrs. Ronnie L. Baker, and I'm in Sacramento, California.
Thank you so much. All right. Please give me just a quick second, y'all. Um, I lost my. Okay, I got it because I sent it to. Thank you. Okay. All right. So we all know a book is written. That's the first step, right? Outside of editing and all those things. But you print, you do your book, write your book. You can't hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay, okay. Sorry about that. Okay. So you write your book and oh wait, I'm sorry. Everybody else didn't go. Never mind. I'm sorry. I just had a oof.
You got it.
I'm
It's
sorry.
cool.
Okay. Cool child. Okay. So everyone, you write the book and then you expect it to be read. You expect it to be purchased and read by the readers. And so today we have 3 readers here. We're going to discuss and talk a little bit about you know, how do you find a book, right? I know like Miss Ronnie, even though I didn't tell her to say it, but Stephanie and I found her on TikTok. And baby, y'all got to go check Miss Ronnie out. Miss Ronnie have some. I'm not going to use proper grammar right now. Miss, she got some colorful reviews over there. She be doing it over there on TikTok. Okay.
Love it.
Miss Ronnie is really awesome over there, and we love her. We had her on Storytime with Stephanie on a previous season because you want to know what the reader thinks about a book, right? You want to know. You want to know because that is actually essentially what's important and who's going to keep reading these books that you're putting out, right? All right. So, first up, and anyone can start. Um, anyone can start. So, do reviews influence your decision to buy a particular book you're going to read?
It does for me, absolutely. Because I can read a blurb and I'm a mood reader, but what somebody says, how it made them feel, can immediately pull me to scroll. Okay, wait, what? You felt what? You said what now? More so than the cover, more so than the blurb. The review can potentially really make me do a U-turn and ignite my FOMO.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I
Anyone
would
else want
definitely
to?
have to agree about reviews. I may not necessarily like if I'm scrolling Amazon, I may not find the book there, but if I'm on social media or somewhere else and I hear and see someone's reaction and they're talking about the book, they can talk about anything. I'm like, let me check that out. That's probably why my Amazon card all full. But anyway, yes, I agree.
Right.
I'll say for me, I do look a lot at reviews, but it doesn't make my final determination. It's really about, like what is the book about? Have I read something else from the author? I'm going to scan through a bit, and if I feel like I can glean something from it, then I'm probably going to read the book. I do weigh heavily on, you know, personal reviews. Now, if someone says, absolutely, you need to read this, this is game changing, this is for you, I'm going to read the book. I don't care how big, small, whatever it is, I'm reading it with a personal review. So, I mean, I guess I definitely do listen to reviews, but not so much the written reviews because I know everything is unique to that person's experience. And so, what might not be for me might be great for somebody else. So, I try to make independent judgments. Yeah.
Agree. Thank you, ladies. Now, Crystal, you mentioned the cover. Has anyone, you mentioned something about the cover, right? Has anyone ever picked up a book and saw the cover and just instantly say, I'm buying this and bought it?
Very rarely.
I mean, maybe if The Rock was on there, perhaps.
If who?
The Rock was on the cover. But in general, no. In general, I'm captured. I really am reading based on if I can get something from the book or if I think the story captivates me. And I'm still getting something from the book, you know. But it's based on what the book is about and where my interest is. Not so much the cover. Probably the reverse. I may have seen a cover and said, "Oh gosh, I'm not reading this book."
Yeah, I would say for me, well, one, as a book cover designer, I know when people are, giving me inspiration, I guess, to design their covers, they're like, yes, I want someone to be able to look at the book and just pick it up and want to buy it. And I'm like, okay. But I try to design based off the heart of the book because whatever that emotion is, I would like for the cover to reflect that, to evoke that without them even reading any excerpts or anything from the book. So that's my own personal way of looking at book covers. Now, I will pick up a book based off a cover that looks interesting. I may not necessarily purchase it based off that alone.
Yeah, I
Agree.
think that's more me too. I'm not big into the cover, but if I'm scrolling, if I'm in the mood for a thriller book, I'm scrolling. Oh, wait, what's that? And then that'll make me flip it, go to the blurb, see what it's about, and then determine. But very rarely will I just look at the book and say, "Oh, I gotta have it." And I don't know what it's about. It's not might not be a book that I like. I don't know. But that is important. I want to be able to look at the book and have a feel of what it might be about.
Right. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I tend to, just me personally, I tend to sometimes draw like from color, right? But then also if I see a color that captivates my eyes, then I'm like, okay, let me see what the book is about now, versus, how I mentioned, like, are you just buying it solely based on looking on the cover? So yes, that was really good. Thank you for that, ladies. Now, what makes you, we kind of um tapped on this a little bit, but what makes you actually buy a book instead of adding it to like a wish list?
I'm moody. There's really, at least for me, there's no rhyme nor reason. I want the same thing that works today may not work tomorrow. Um, it just depends on if that's what I'm in the mood for, if it's an author that I love, if it just came out, if it's that when it came out doesn't matter even. But if it just aligns in my mood, if it's friends to lovers, if it's the right narrator and the right author, mine. Or if I just saw a review and it was like, oh, that looks good, and it really got me, and it's all the things on my checklist, buy. Now I might not buy it tomorrow. The same thing could happen tomorrow. That might not be the same case, but I'm emo like that.
I would
Thank
have to
you.
agree with Crystal earlier when she said about personal reviews. Most of the time, the books that I'm going to physically purchase or get the ebook or listen to the audiobook, it's based off someone's personal recommendation who knows me. And it's like, girl, you need to read this book. Girl, you need to listen to this book. And it's like, okay, now that is going to evoke, instant, I'm going to buy this.
Awesome.
Yeah, so yeah, same thing. So it's, is it, am I getting a personal recommendation? Sometimes I'll read a book just out of curiosity. I mean, if there is something trending on social media or just somewhere, I may, if it's in a genre that I'm interested in, I may give it a chance and give it a try, but it's really based on just kind of where I am and what I think will speak to me. So it might be tied to like me wanting, to learn more about a particular topic, or just maybe me wanting to have something that's entertaining, but it's really recommendations or just me really feeling connected to the description. That's kind of like what's going to connect me and get me to buy the book.
Awesome. Awesome. So I have two more quick questions. Um, how honest are you in your reviews? And what do you consider fair feedback?
I am very honest. Oh, sorry, Mrs. Ronnie.
No, go ahead,
Go
girlfriend.
ahead. I am extremely honest in my reviews, but I try to not, I try to be constructive with my feedback. So I'll give feedback with the hopes that the author will read it, but also for whoever else. First of all, I have really been touched in a major way, good or bad, if I leave a review. I don't leave a review all the time. So that's either going to be really great or really like, wow. But it's really just my impression, and like something that I just leave reviews in a way that I would want to read a review. So practical, you know, repetitive, too long, or whatever it is, or great story, very inspirational, helped me a lot. I got this from it. So I try to be practical, but it's interesting that I only leave reviews when I'm either very inspired or very put off by the book.
Right. Thank you. Ms.
Um,
Ronnie, did you want to go, or Crystal? I'm sorry, Eric.
yeah, I'm very honest. I don't know. I review almost everything in some way or form. I don't do videos and stuff on everything.
Right.
But I'm always honest. I may, depending on how much time I have, I may highlight the good stuff more so than the bad stuff. But if you give me enough time, I will go all the way around the world. um, but I generally only tend to mention something that really, the negative stuff anyway, that really bothered me, or I feel like would be important to somebody else. I don't necessarily, I personally don't care about whether the author reads the review or not. I'm more so, my reviews are either for me or I'm talking to a reader. I'm telling a friend what I thought or how I felt about a book. Um, so I generally, like you, if I'm really excited and it's got me hyped and it's something like I need to tell somebody because my husband's sick of me talking about this damn book, then hey, y'all, I'm feeling things. And by the way, mm, mm, um, but yeah, I feel like I'm always genuine and honest. But even a book I loved, if you give me enough time, I will be like, well, then this and this and this and this. But I truly try to weigh on what made me happy more so than picking apart all the little things.
Yeah, I would agree. Ditto both what Crystal and Miss Ronnie said. I I honestly I'm not big on reviews in terms of me leaving one unless it evokes some type of really deep emotion. Like if it left me in a place of transformation, I'm on there like, listen, you gonna have to read this. Now, if it's something negative, especially because I feel as an author, when you take your time to write a book, I feel like you put the effort in. Even if it don't work for me and I can't agree with it, I may not necessarily leave that type of review. But definitely, if it moved me in a certain way, I will leave it.
Thank you. Thank you. So, last question for you all, ladies. If you could have dinner with one author, who would it be and why? In 30 seconds.
Oh Lord, somebody else got to go.
Stephanie Oughton.
Who?
I'm gonna have to say Stephanie.
Crystal trying to take my answer.
Okay. Well, finish it, Crystal. Stephanie Allen.
Ooh, and I just heard that noise. We're gonna pass that over to someone else.
I'm
I
gonna say
forgot
real
the second half of the question. I'm sorry.
Joan Vassa, off the dome immediately, just because her work profoundly like flipped the switch in me. So I would love to be able to sit, and I just met her at Alexandra House's book signing, but I just met her. I would love to be able to sit down and like talk at length about her stuff and her people and what they meant to me. So I would love to do that.
Awesome. Awesome.
And I would say Will Smith, because listening to his audiobook changed the way I even interact with audiobooks. I was like, oh my God. Like the production was just on a whole nother level. And it just gave me such an insight to him and how he evolved into who he is today. And I recommend that audiobook. I was telling everybody about it, but I recommend that to anybody who wants to get into audiobooks.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you. I appreciate you all. It was quick, but it was very insightful just to show and hear what readers think about what they're looking for in a book when when they're selecting a book, and what is it that they truly want to read. So thank you all so much. And I truly appreciate you all saying yes. And Ms. Ronnie, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Yes, thank you. Good to see you too.
You're welcome. All right. So next up, we have um we have a very awesome author. You saw her earlier, Miss Crystal Day, and I'm going to let you all read a little bit about her. And this is our another Jamaican author we have hailing from the beautiful island of Jamaica. So once Crystal is done reading, we're going to have, I believe we have another commercial and another interview. I'm sorry, giveaway. And after that, we're going to have a special guest doing some spoken word. So stay tuned for that. Let me know how y'all feeling in these comments. Drop the emoji, drop that fire emoji. Let me know how y'all feeling. And I just want to make sure that everyone can hear me. And we're good with audio, right? Okay. All right. So Crystal Day is an award-winning author of 11 books. 11 books, y'all. International speaker and CEO of Daylight Publishers, the #1 faith-based publishing company in the Caribbean. She empowers women of faith, authors, and coaches to write, speak, and sell confidently so that they can impact lives and build profitable brands. Because who wants to write a book and not make a little coin, right? Known as the Millionaire Motivator, Crystal helps others turn their God-given stories into global successes. You guys, let's welcome Crystal Day to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Again, I'm Crystal Day, and I am reading from my book, Divinely Blessed: How to Achieve Limitless Abundance and Fulfill God's Purpose for Your Life. And I'm reading from chapter 8, which talks about the success strategy number 8, which is take fast action. The truth is, many people don't lack information. Many people desire to change the world, and many actually know what to do. The sad part is that many don't experience the blessing and the abundance that is possible for them because they never take action on their ideas. Have you ever had an idea that you wrote down and you probably even shared it with a friend? Then months pass and you keep waiting for the perfect time. But then you see someone launch an idea. Well, that has happened to me. Believe me, it's heartbreaking. In 2016, I felt a deep desire to start a business. I took action, hired my first business coach, but it was in the process of publishing my I was in the process of publishing my first book, and in discovering my passions, she suggested that I help other people to publish books too. That sounded very crazy to me since I was paying somebody to publish my book at that time. Plus, I've done many self publishing courses, and I'm like, I'm not sure if, this is for me. Eventually, I prayed about the idea, researched it, and I felt like the Lord was leading me into this direction. So I took action to prepare the packages, hired a lawyer to prepare the contracts, and put the resources together. Then the Lord gave me daylight, and it means saving time. And I was told not to take royalties and to set up the business. And I have never heard that before. So I knew it was one day went on social media, and because I delayed, guess what? I saw somebody launching the same idea that God has given me. So I want you to go and get a copy of the book to hear the rest of this story. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Crystal. All right. Okay. So, okay. All right. We're good. Okay. Just want to make sure we're all set. Okay. So, we're going to have another giveaway. And that giveaway is, hold on. It's not easy trying to shuffle these pages. Give me a second, please. Please bear with me. I do apologize. All right. Okay, here we go. All right. So the next giveaway, I have another question for you all. Bear with me, please. Okay. What was the first movie or one of the first movies that Eddie Murphy played in? Let's see the comments. See the answers in the comments. I see the comments coming. Hold on. No, not 48 hours. Hold on. I think I'm mistaken. Hold on. Because I wrote my answers down and okay. So I did see Beyond the Beverage. That is correct. No, Roots. 48 hours. What? Oh goodness. Yes, it was 48 hours. Pardon me. I should have wrote my answers down, but I put them in my phone and I accidentally deleted them, but that's okay. So, congratulations, Beyond the Beverage. We're gonna drop the email in the comments. Please go ahead and email us your name, your YouTube handle, and your complete mailing address. Okay. This girl said roots. De nada. Cannot. I can't unsee that. All right. Thank you all. Thank you all so much for going through this and doing this with us. Listen, like I tell y'all, this is not something that I typically would do. Stephanie is the professional in this, okay? She does the front of camera and I do production. But this is how it is today. And I hope I'm doing a great job. I hope I'm making Stephanie proud today. So next up, we have a commercial, and then we have a special guest that's going to do spoken word by Kay Shantae, the poet. Okay? Thank you all for joining us. And please, please, we still have a little bit more to go. So please make sure that you share this out. Don't forget to buy these books. The links are in the comments. Buy the books, buy the lookbook. The lookbook is only $5. Support Stephanie, support her creative ideas, support her work that she's doing, but not only Stephanie, also support these authors, the authors that bravely share their stories, whether it be through fiction, nonfiction, but they're sharing their stories, they're boldly doing it. Thank y'all so much. Y'all not gonna make me cry here, okay? Thank y'all so much for tuning in, and I really, really appreciate you all. So next we're gonna do a quick commercial, and then we'll have again Kay Shantae the poet. And then after that, you won't see me, you're gonna see Crystal again, and she's going to be interviewing the lovely Brina Hayes.
Hello, this is Pastor Brenda. I'm the author of I Didn't Want to Comb My Hair, My Journey from Fear to Faith, and How I Had to Trust God in Some Very Difficult Times. I did it and I wrote about it, and I want to share it with you today. It's a beautiful rendition of how my life took a turn for the worse, but God made it for my good. I bless you all. Amen.
Hi, my name is Kavisha Guyton. I am the author of I Think I Might Need Therapy. This poem collection is for people carrying quiet battles, the ones who feel too much but say too little. Through raw reflective poems, I explore heartbreak, emotional survival, and the secrets we keep to protect our softness. If you ever wondered, is it just me? This book is here to say, no, it's not. Your feelings are valid, your healing matters, and you are not alone.
Hey, Shantae, can you hear me? Hey, Shantae.
Hello, hello, hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you anymore.
Oh no, wait a minute. The camera is on. I am.
Maybe try turning off your
Yeah, the
camera and
camera
turning
is
it back
on.
on.
All right, let me do that. Okay, I just turned it off and then I am turning it on. Should I sign out and then sign back in? Because I can see myself. I cannot see you. I can see
Well, my camera
just
is
a
not
picture.
on. Can you all see her in the
Okay,
comment?
I can see you. But let me see if
Right. I just turned my
everybody
camera
can
on.
see
Can
me.
you all see her? Yeah, see, they're saying they can't see you in the comments. Your screen is black.
What?
Yes. When you first came
Oh
on,
my.
we were able to see you, but now we can't see you.
I do not know what is happening with that. Maybe I should
So
sign out and then sign
this
back
is what
in.
we'll do. Okay, can you hear me? This is what
Yes.
we'll do. We're gonna leave it as it is because it might be your connection. We can't see you, but just go ahead and go with it, okay?
Okay. All right.
We're
I
gonna
am K.
improvise. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I am Kay Shante, the poet. I am a best-selling author, lyricist, writer, editor, creative. My book is called Why I Never Really Liked Felines. And it's Felines is an acronym for the actual shoe because I am a sneakerhead. I love sneakers. And Fila, when I was growing up, it was never a shoe that I really cared for. I didn't like the style of it, though I do own one pair now that was really fashionable. But Fila stands for feelings involving love and sensitivity. So my first poetry book, best-selling book, is called Why I Never Really Liked Feelings Involving Love and Sensitivity. It came out, wow, like 5 years ago, February of 2020. So yeah, I wrote it. I wrote a love story basically based on poetry. I wrote poetry, but I used all of the poems as one love story. So I never had done that before because I was just like, well, how do I turn a story or something that I want to write about? How do I make that into like a story or a cohesive story or a cohesive book? And it's just poetry. But I took all of these different poems that I had and just wrote them in the fashion of just writing a love story. So through all of the poems, they all ended up telling a love story, which was very much so real and true. In regard to like what I was going through between like 2018 and 2019 ish. So then the book came out in 2020 after I was at Stephanie Alden's writer's retreat. 6 months later, my book came out. So big shout out to Stephanie and her team and everybody over at Cocoon the Wings Publishing, everybody on this live, anybody that has helped me with my book, marketing, editing, all of that. Thank you guys. Anybody, E. Claudette Freeman, like everybody that I've met that are phenomenal writers, and just Stephanie, her team, and what she does as a literary doula. I really appreciate it, and what you all are doing as authors and creatives as well. Thank you so much for the inspiration. So the poem I'm going to read is called Return to Sender. It's one of my favorite poems. I'm actually using this poem to write a pilot for a TV show currently. So yeah, I'm hopeful that all will go well. But it's one of my favorite poems in the book. And in the book, it is on page 23. Also, you can find this book on Amazon under K. Shante the Poet. The name of the poem is Return to Sender, page 23. And this was again part of my love story some years back. So here we go. I said, you love me on levels you don't know how to reconcile. It's difficult to understand, difficult to deal with. It's as if you are dropping off packages, small and colossal, of your emotions, pieces of you on my doorstep, and I'm an artist. You leave me to unpack the packages. Sorry. And I'm an artist. You leave me to unpack the packages, pieces of you by myself. And I have to put all of the pieces of you together. A tedious yet sensual and enlightening process without being in love with the beautiful canvas, without being in love with the beautiful muse that is the end result. Ultimately, I just return the canvas slash muse to you after I become addicted to the work of art. And the result for me, I become the starving artist who loved slash loves the canvas slash muse, patiently waiting for the next piece of you, my favorite package. Return to Sender by K. Shante the poet. So that is part of the love story in this particular book. If you have it, I recommend you read it from beginning to end because every story is a progression and a maturation of my particular love story back from 2018 to 29 to 2020 when the book came out. Sorry. So yeah, in this particular book, that is one of my favorite poems. And again, I'm using it now or trying to write it as a part of a pilot for an episode for a TV show, movie, or whatever may come of that. But thank you all for listening. I am again K. Shante the poet, and this poem comes from my first best-selling poetry book. And thank Miss Stephanie's team also for the graphics. I appreciate this opportunity. Shout out to everybody on this live, everybody that will watch it. God bless you all, and I hope you enjoyed my poem, Return to Sender, page 23.
Well, good afternoon, Brina. How are you today?
I'm fine. Krista, how are you?
Doing pretty good. So, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us a bit today about your book and your author's journey. We're really excited to kind of get all up in your business and learn more about, the things that inspire you, the things that you encountered on your author's journey. So, we just want to start by saying thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having
So,
me.
absolutely. So, as we are starting, tell us the name of your book and then tell us what inspired you to write the book. It's always a great place to start there.
Sure. So the title of my book is Returning to Wholeness, Overcoming Life's Challenges to Live a Blessed Life. And was inspired to write the book from my journaling. I had gone through and was coming out of a very difficult season of my life. And I began to journal about all the things that were happening and how I was, by the power of God, being healed from all the things. And then COVID hit. And God said to me, it's time to turn those journal pages into a book. So here we are.
That's powerful. And I'm hearing a theme with journaling and writing and how that can be transformative. Let me ask, what is the thing that you want your readers to take away from your book?
The one thing I believe I want readers to take away from the book is that overcoming difficulty is possible and that there is life on the other side of challenges, not just any old kind of life, but a good life on the other side of challenges.
I love that. And I think that I'm going to get a bit into, well, I'm going to save that for later because I do want to ask you something. But as we talk about your journey in writing, and tell us what was the most rewarding part about your writing journey or the most surprising part about your writing journey. Just really tell us a bit more about that journey and then kind of your insights from it.
I think a couple of things were rewarding for me. First, processing my loss, my grief, coming out of an abusive marriage. the writing helped me to process all of that. And then following its publication, hearing countless stories from people who had experienced similar things that I had or are going through it as they were reading, and their feedback to me to say, thank you for writing this book. Your story mirrors mine. And so I'm able to have a path out of a difficult season and into a new season. So that's probably the most rewarding part of the writing journey, is to hear people say how blessed they are from the book.
I love that. And I know that in this with you writing your story and using that as a means to work through a particular situation. I'm curious about kind of what advice you give to other writers in your genre, because you know, I know anytime you're going through a healing journey, there are ebbs and flows in that journey. And so it sounds like writing has been transformative for you and helping you work through that process. But for others who are interested in your genre, in telling their story or in writing along that line, like what advice would you give, or what would you share with them on that journey?
Yeah, that's a good question. So my book is a Christian book. I'm a pastor, and so I write from that vantage point. And so I would say, from the pastoral point of view, for those who are writing in the Christian genre, to make sure what you're quoting, particularly around scripture, is accurate. I'm a teacher of the word, and so I'm big on making sure we interpret the word of God as the scripture says, rightly divide the word of truth. So that's number one for me. And then secondly, as a Christian writer, as a pastor, I want to make sure that I'm not coming off too preachy. So that will be my other piece of advice. And the session with the editor, she edited my book. She was a blessing to me. And one of the things, some of the feedback was that we don't want to come across as preachy. We want to be practical, applicable, and tangible. I love that acronym that came from Claudette. There it is.
Yep.
So yes, being applicable and practical in using God's word to tell a story.
Okay, so I want to repeat that acronym back to make sure we all got it. You said practical, applicable, and tangible. Pat, I think that's really great. Did I capture
Yes,
that
and
correctly?
that's Claudette's acronym. I won't take credit. That's hers.
Okay, yeah, we definitely want to give Claudette credit, but I love how you leaned into just giving that practical advice around, especially for those who are trying to balance out being able to touch a broad audience, but not wanting to be too forceful, but also making sure that you take that opportunity to share the word of God and to share insights and strengths. So I love what you shared. I want to pivot a bit. I want to ask a question around. So you're telling a personal story, but if you were taking your book and you were transforming it into a movie or a show, and you had to pick a someone to be your main character in that show, who would you pick? So that's the one, and you can take a moment and think about it. But then
Okay.
also, like, what does that person embody that makes you want to lean towards that particular character or that person to play that main character? So this is a little bit of a doozy, so take a moment if you need to, but just curious
Okay.
about who you think.
I think I would want Angela Bassett to play me. And the reason why I would choose her is because the characters that she has played have been women who have experienced challenging times. If we look at Tina Turner, if we look at Dr. Betty Shabazz, they all faced the difficulties and yet were able to rise above them, be victorious over them, and be impactful in the world. So I would love it. Plus, Angela Bassett's arms. I'm working toward having those kind of arms.
Love it. So I want to give you, and I think she'd do a great job embodying you. I want to give you an opportunity to share and read from your book. So I'm going to transition it right over to give you an opportunity to read.
All right, thank you. And I'm reading from Returning to Wholeness, Overcoming Life's Challenges to Live a Blessed Life, chapter 15, entitled Live Full Out. Many years ago, in my teenage years, I danced with an amateur ballet company in New Orleans called Ballet South of New Orleans. I fell in love with ballet at the age of 7 when the woman who would become my dance teacher came to my elementary school and performed. I ran home after school telling my mother that I had decided what I wanted for my 8th birthday. That was coming up in the next month. I told her I wanted ballet lessons for my birthday gift. I remember her saying something like, "Oh, really?" I excitedly told her how great it was to see the ballerinas dance across the stage and that I wanted to be able to dance just like them. I would later find out that my parents had already decided on my birthday gift, which was a puppy, but I also got the ballet lessons. Ballet still has an influence on my life, even over 40 years later. It's taught me grace, how to carry myself, and exposed me to classical music. But one of the lessons from ballet that I am rediscovering is the concept of dancing full out. Dancing full out means to not mark the steps or to walk through the choreography, but to dance with all your energy and heart. There were times that called for us to mark it, and yet other times when we were expected to dance in rehearsal as if we were performing on stage. How does this apply to life? Life is not a dress rehearsal or practice. We only get one opportunity to live in this world. And while we're here, we should live full out. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Was that not great? I believe that was great. And Crystal, thank you for doing such an amazing job thus far. I appreciate you for saying yes. I appreciate everyone for stepping in and saying yes. Thank you to the community and the village, right? Be sure to grab a copy of Brina's book. Amazing. She's an amazing person, and her story is to be read. Okay. So, next up, we have. Oh, and before I go further, hold on. Let me not forget to thank our sponsors. Absolutely thank our sponsors, because if it wasn't for them, this would not be possible. Of course, along with our participants watching, as well as hey Finn, I'm sorry, as well as our participants and authors as well. Okay, so next up, we're going to have another author interview. And this time we're bringing up Dr. Tiffany. Let me get her bio so I can tell you all about her. She's such a sweetie pie. All of the authors have been amazing today. They're all amazing. Are they not? I think they are. I know they are. All right. So first of all, let's get some fire emojis going in the comments. Let us know that you're still here. We want to see you all. Let us know. Okay. All right. Dr. Tiffany Marie Creighton is first and foremost a child of God who believes that she is not where she is because of what she has done. However, because of the hand of God. Dr. Tiffany is a clinical psychotherapist who owns a thriving private practice in Virginia named Inspire, Empower, Change counseling, and consulting. It is in this practice where she does the hard work with marginalized populations who are overcoming traumatic events and discovering their inherent works. She helps others find the beauty in their brokenness to help propel them boldly into their purpose. She is the host of an upcoming podcast called Empowered by Fire that is a platform dedicated to giving voice to others who have overcome unsurmountable challenges. She is the author of a soon to be published book by the same name, Empowered by Fire. She is the wife of the knight in shining armor, Kevin, and the mother of two amazing Black men, Caleb and Cameron, and Nani to Canaan and Joshua. Everyone, let's welcome Crystal back to the screen and let's welcome Dr. Tiffany.
Hi, Dr. Tiffany.
Hello, beautiful Crystal.
One moment, Dr. Tiffany. So, tech team, I cannot hear Dr. Tiffany. Dr. Tiffany, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Okay, production, and you can hear me both? Okay, so Dr. Tiffany, I'm going to do my best. I can't hear you, but I know you are going to give us amazing insights and feedback. So we're just going to go from here. So first of all, we want to thank you again for interviewing and just taking the time to share more about your book, your writing journey, and just give us insights about being an author. So we always like to start off by just asking everyone to pull me back up. If we could also pull up, yes, Tammy, and I apologize, Dr. Tiffany, we're just working through because we want to make sure that we have an opportunity to have a dynamic conversation. So if you can pull Tammy back up, I'm happy to join, but it would be great to have all three. So that way, if Dr. Tiffany shares something, we don't want to have miss it with me not being able to hear the audio. Awesome. Thank you. Okay, and Tammy, just for sound check purposes, because guys, we're live, and that's what happens when we're live. We have
absolutely
things. Okay, I can hear you, Tammy. So I'm going to continue. And Dr. Tiffany, we thank you for being flexible while we work through some of the kinks of being live. So again,
right.
let's start fresh.
Quick question for you, Crystal. Are your any volumes down or anything like that?
I can hear you clearly. I just
you
can't
can hear
hear
me
Dr.
fine. Okay, that's strange. Okay, let's keep going.
And following this, I'll work off stage.
Okay,
I'll come
no
out and
problem.
come back in. Perfect. Okay,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Tiffany. So let's do a reset real quick. Let's start with the name of your book, and just tell us kind of a bit more about what inspired you to write your book, and not just what inspired you, what you're hoping that the readers of your book are going to kind of glean or gain from your book. So
what inspired me by writing this book was out of obedience. I was in a 11 and a half year marriage with my ex-husband, and he had placed a gun to my head. And not only did he place the gun to my head, he pulled the trigger. And in that moment, I said to God, if you spare my life, I will be sure to tell the world about your magnificent love and your power. But that years have passed since I made that promise. And as I walked through the process of being a part of an anthology, the Lord revealed to me that he is here to collect on his promise. And not only was I to be a part of that anthology, I was to write my own book and tell my story. And so that's why we're here, out of obedience to God, and to tell of his goodness, and of his might and of his power, because I don't look like what I've been through, and I should not even be here. I should be dead. And so, but it is nothing but the grace of God that has given me the ability to share my story without shame. And I have to say that through this process of writing this book is how I'm able to sit here before you without shame and say, yes, I was that woman. I was. And I have been through the fire, but I don't look like what I've been through.
Right.
And again, Dr. Tiffany, I could just tell by the responses in the chat that you just shared something extremely powerful. And so, Tammy, you may have to jump in because unfortunately I can't hear.
So yes, I'll jump in right quick. So just hearing, and Dr. Tiffany was on Storytime with Stephanie. So I've heard this, but every time I hear it, it's like, oh my gosh. Just for the sake of Crystal being able to know what's going on, her ex-husband put a gun to her head, but he also pulled the trigger. So she really shouldn't be here, but by God's grace, she is here because you're supposed to be here.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, you do have to pay him back. Like you got to pay him back. You asked him and you got to pay him back. He, like you said, he coming back for what you owe him. So every story you supposed to write, every time you're supposed to share your story, you have to share it. Every time, and I'm gonna even throw this in there. Every time you're supposed to take a picture, you supposed to take that picture and you have to take it. Like you have, and that's a part of sharing, though.
Why are you bringing up old stuff, Tammy?
Oh,
you remember that, huh? You remember that?
And look, I wasn't even in your sessions, but you're supposed to show us and show the world your face.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it is by the grace of God. That is an unbelievable story. And I'm going directly following this Global Lit Fest to go back to hear your story in more detail because I mean, I'm just, my God, wow. It is a blessing. And you definitely have a story to tell. If you are here, it's for a reason. And you have a story to tell and many hearts to touch. And wow. So, I know we have limited time and everybody, please go back and let's make sure that we listen to Dr. Tiffany's full story. And I'm sure we can drop that link to Dr. Tiffany's story in the chat as well. Tell us, Dr. Tiffany, tell us about the actual writing journey. So when you were on your writing journey, what was, and I just can only imagine, I'm trying not to infuse myself into this because this is about you, but tell us about your journey. What was the most surprising part probably about your journey? Are you rewarding as well, but just tell us about that journey a bit.
It was hard, because it's hard to write a book and you're still healing, or you're still wounds are still being opened because of circumstances that are currently happening in your life. Unfortunately, my oldest son is a survivor of intimate partner violence as well, which is something that I was not prepared for because guess what? He's a man, and men don't typically, or you don't hear about them surviving or even dealing with, such abuse. So while I'm trying to write my story and thinking that I'm healed, watching him go through what he's going through was agitating or triggering for me. And so it awakened some things that had been lying dormant for a while that I didn't even know was there. And as a result of writing the book and being pushed, prodded, and all the things with my literary doula, it was uncomfortable. And growth typically is, but it's necessary for the process. It's part of the process. And I also was not expecting the enemy to be as upset as he was. And so there were some spiritual encounters that I was having through this process. But one thing about being immersed in uncomfortable things, God has prepared us. He said weapons would be formed, but they wouldn't prosper. And so I stood on that. And each time the enemy came, what he did doesn't, because he's so dumb, what he doesn't realize is that you're just making me stronger. And so each time that he came to attack, and I'm not saying I didn't cry, I'm not saying I didn't get sad. I did, but I became frustrated, but I became stronger because I knew what was on the other side. Because one thing about God is that he fulfills every promise. It never comes back void.
Yes,
Now,
God. Oh, I'm sorry. Go.
no,
I just want to
go
say
ahead, Tammy.
he definitely does fulfill all of his promises. He
Yes,
definitely
he
does.
does.
Go ahead, Crystal.
Yep. So I know we really want to make sure that we have an opportunity to allow you to read from your book. And I'm so sorry I wasn't able to hear your audio. Let's ask one more closing question, and then if we can have engineering just give her a bit of space because of the technical
Yes.
difficulties to also read her passage. So we're gonna use our same closing question around if you were to turn your book into a movie or a series, who would you pick as that main character, and what about that main character do you connect with, or what do they embody that helps to connect you and make you want to pick that name character, that person as your main character?
That is so hard. But the first two, I have two. One is Zoe Saldana, and the other is Angela Bassett because I can't get past the arms. I watch her every week on 911, and it's the arms for me. It's the strength. Both women to me are soft, refined, but exude strength. And so those are the two women. If I could enmesh them into make them one person, that's who I would want to represent me in a movie.
Awesome.
Okay, so
Awesome.
just because I have to know, let's just tell me the character name, and I'm going to go back and listen because I'm just so excited to hear everything, and then we'll
So
give the
she
next
said.
steps.
So you said the first one was
Zoe Saldana. She plays on
Zoe Saldana.
Okay.
Who?
Zoe Saldana. She plays
Yes.
the main character on Lioness.
On Lioness. Okay.
Yep, I know
Zoe
exactly who that
Saldana.
is.
She okay. And then she also said Angela Bassett because she can't get
Oh,
past the arms.
yes, we're gonna
Listen,
have
she got some
Dwayne
arms
Johnson and
for you,
Angela.
honey.
We're giving out a lot of movie roles today to Angela Bassett and Dwayne Rock Johnson. We're doing a lot of things. So
Right.
thank you so much, Dr. Tiffany. I know we're gonna have a brief commercial and then have you come back and we're gonna give you your time to read, I believe, Tammy, or is
No,
that
we're gonna have
we're
her
gonna go
read
ahead and
now,
read?
and then we'll go to our
Okay.
commercial. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
So let's introduce Dr. Tiffany then. And you guys make sure you connect with her on Instagram and go back and listen to her story
Absolutely.
time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Crystal.
Dr.
Thank you,
Tiffany.
Dr. Tiffany. Take it
Thank
away.
you. All right. I'm reading from the chapter Bag Lady. A backpack, diaper bag, handbag, lunch bag, feeling the weight of each while I try to balance life, work, husband, kids, and everything that is thrown at me. I can do it. I got it. This is how I maneuver through life. I'm a strong Black woman. I didn't realize my strength lies in my calmness. My strength is in my ability to say no. My strength lies in my complete reliance on God. My strength lies in not feeling responsible for the weight of others. However, before coming to this realization, I would not seek or depend on anyone else because I did not want to owe anyone anything. I did not want them to throw back in my face what they had done for me. I'd learned not to depend on others at a young age. I learned that others will disappoint you. And if they were willing to help you, it would all come at a cost. Helping them is a transactional, conditional arrangement, not one based on your need for help. Their help is about what you can do for them, even those who say they love you. I found it hard to trust because I would give so much of myself so many times and my heart would be broken. I have carried the baggage of my mother's pain, her mother's pain, and that of anyone willing to allow me to take theirs because I genuinely believe that it was my burden to bear. I had conditioned myself to carry the emotional weight of others so that even in my travel and daily work routine, I was literally holding all the things. I was heavy, my back hurt, my neck hurt, and my bra straps dug into my skin from the weight of the various bags I was carrying. I viewed it as being prepared, making sure I had what I needed, packed and tucked away, and always mindful that someone else may have needed something I had. These bags were like my security blanket. How could I be secure with the weight of things that sometimes felt as though they were suffocating me? I would never leave home without my bags. What is crazy is that if I unintentionally left one behind, I would go back and pick it up even if I didn't need it. Thinking I might need it pushed me to retrieve it. When I began to unpack and heal, I slowly let go of what I was carrying. I realized the pain that I was carrying was not mine. It was my mother's inability to forgive, the bitterness she had embraced as though it were something not worth letting go, the sadness she stored as though it were as precious as her many adorned jewels. If she had sustained the pressure that comes with healing, she would be the jewel to be adorned. The baggage of her mother hid within her shame, failing to address family secrets that harmed relationships, silenced voices, and buried pain became baggage. Who would you have? Who would have the courage to let go of the baggage, stand and say, that is not mine? Who could say, this belongs to you, as they returned the baggage to its rightful owner?
Hi, I'm Crystal Day, and I'm the best-selling author of the book Divinely Blessed: How to Achieve Limitless Abundance and Fulfill God's Purpose for Your Life. Now, this book has the strategies that you need for your next level. If you want to walk in abundance, if you want to grow personally, if you want to experience what is considered your blessed life, you need to get a copy of this book, and it will help you to get to your next level.
All right, y'all. Was that not good? That was powerful. Let me tell you something. I'm going to keep saying it over and over on here, off of here, in real life. You have to share your story. You have to share your story. You just never know who is supposed to hear it. Take those pictures because people need to see your beautiful face. Take your trips because you need to live your life. I see you back there, Dr. Tiffany. Listen, some of us, we don't know each other's story. I know I'm supposed to be doing a giveaway, but please bear with me. Um, we don't know what someone's listening right now. Someone could be listening and hearing these stories, and you just help someone. You just saved someone's life. You just gave someone the courage to get out. You just never know. You just never know. So, Dr. Tiffany, thank you for always sharing. Thank you for being vulnerable. And I can't wait to see those pictures. Don't make me come to Virginia, okay? Thank you. So, we're going to do a quick giveaway. I thought this was the last one, but I got my eye on someone that I have a giveaway for, but that's not going to be until the end. So, okay. So, next one is, which novel begins with the line, "Call me Ishmael"? Which novel begins with the line, "Call me Ishmael"? Let's see these answers. Pop them in the comments. Authors, y'all could chime in this one since I think everybody's scared. Yes, that's it. Beyond the Beverage. That is correct. Moby Dick. That is correct. So go ahead and send your information to info@stephanieouten.com. Yes. All right. Moving right along. I told y'all I'm trying to stay on time as best as possible. And thank you all so much for having grace and bearing with us. Send your name, your handle, your YouTube handle, and your shipping address to info@stephanieouten.com. It's on the screen and it's in the comments, okay? Thank you all so much. All right. I think we have one or two more giveaways, but that last giveaway, I have someone that I have my eye on because they've been here. I don't know who the person is, but they've been here all day, rocking with us, commenting and engaging, and I love it. Y'all drop these fire emojis in the comments. Y'all doing all right? I appreciate you all. Stephanie, we're thinking about you all. All right. So next up, we have another author interview and reading. And this is Miss Fanny Ivy. Miss Fanny Ivy, I'm going to read a little bit about her. She is a Christian educator who knows that during life's journey, God is always there. In Glimpse, a motivational journey, Fanny inspires, encourages, and motivates others while sharing her own personal experiences. Fanny holds both a bachelor's and master's in organizational leadership and a graduate certificate in human resource management. Fanny is a sourcing specialist and Mary Kay independent beauty consultant. So let's go ahead. We're going to bring up Crystal again. And isn't Crystal doing an amazing job? She's doing a great job. I appreciate you, friend. I appreciate you. You on mute.
Okay. Hi again, everyone. Doing my best.
Okay. Oh, but you can hear me. You couldn't hear others. Okay. So
Yes.
we'll see. Hopefully you can hear. Okay.
Fingers
So let's go ahead and bring up Fanny.
Hi.
Hi.
Loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear.
All right.
Awesome. 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 Well, Fanny, thank you so much for giving us some time here on Global Lit Fest today to learn more about your book and your journey. And so we just want to start by thanking you for taking the time to just chat with us today.
Right. Thank you for letting me be here as well.
Absolutely. So just refresh us, give us the name of your book. And then also, we just want to know, like, tell us more about what inspired you to write your book.
So the name of my book is Glimpse, a motivational journey. It's written to inspire ideas, encourage excellence, and motivate momentum. And the book is a collaboration of poems that I have written. And my poem, Glimpse, what I will read later, was actually a first place winner by unanimous vote at the Park Forest Library in Park Forest, Illinois. So that's what encouraged me to continue building my writings in order to start my book.
Awesome. Very good. So, and I love that this is that you've got like some arts in here and some poetry. I mean, that's exciting and that's awesome.
Yeah,
So let me ask you. So what do you want your readers to gather from your book, or what do you hope to impress upon the readers of your book?
Well, first and foremost, I want the reader to see that we all face difficult times in life. And that's not what matters. What really matters is how do you respond? We need to be encouraged and inspired to examine ourselves and embrace new ideas. So many times when people facing obstacles, they think it's the end of the world. Things didn't go the way that they planned it. But I see an obstacle as an opportunity to try something new and go in a different direction. God may have so much more for you, but when you put yourself in that box, you're not able to be available for new opportunities.
I love that. And I love how you've got strong messaging about, pursuing, overcoming, and just like leading with excellence. I think that sometimes it's so challenging. We talked a bit today about, across the board about mental health and obstacles and pursuing and overcoming. And I just love that your messaging is focused on finding a way to continue forward and to pursue and excel despite life's obstacles. So I really applaud that.
Thank you.
So I want to ask you a question. So tell me about, we want to get into like the writing journey itself.
Okay.
So we know it's a journey to write a book. And we want to know, what was your journey like? What, as you, and then not just like what your journey was like, but what was the most surprising thing or the most rewarding thing that comes to mind when you think about your writing journey?
I have always enjoyed writing from a child. I remember writing poetry for my mom for like Christmas or Mother's Day or her birthday. But in 2021, when I wrote the poem Glimpse, it was the beginning of a healing. We never know how much baggage we're carrying through past hurts, disappointments, or just general daily life. And as I continue to write Glimpse, and after I submitted it at 10, the contest ended at 10. I submitted it at 9:45.
Mm.
And I wanted to get it back because I'm like, people are not going to read my story. But after I won first place and I began to, God just put me in a place of journaling when I started just writing. And through my writings, it was not only a healing for me, but healing for others as I began to share tidbits of what I have written. And it opened just a whole new avenue for me to move forward.
I love that. And I like how you touched upon how you were right at the line and not sure that you were going to submit, but just right in the nick of time, you decided to really take the advice that you're given in your book and to push forward and pursue. And look what happened. You won first place. And then that gave you a little bit more traction to go forward and to produce something that's going to impact a lot of lives. And so I think it's awesome to hear a story of you healing, but then also you're sharing works that are going to help others heal as well. So that's really awesome. Okay, I want to ask you a different question. So in this genre, what advice, I think, aspiring writers or people who are just midstream in their writing career and just trying to get to their first book, for your genre specifically, like what advice would you give a writer? And there's a lot of cliche advice out of there, but what do you think is the thing that you would suggest that someone do or think about or consider who's wanting to write in your genre?
In my genre, you have to be adaptable. Glimpse started off as a book of poetry. After meeting Stephanie and our conversations, it became Glimpse, a motivational journal. But after praying and hearing from God, it became Glimpse, a motivational journey. Because after the writing, God had me add his scripture. And then there's lines after each writing for you to write what God is sharing with you at that point. So you have to be adaptable, and there may be a lot of changes just in the short writings that you have. But and just take your time, pray, and don't rush the process. Enjoy the journey.
Okay, so you guys heard it, adaptability and not rushing the process. So we're now doing Glimpse the movie or Glimpse the series. So you
Okay.
already know what I'm going to ask. Tell me, if you're doing Glimpse the movie or Glimpse the series, who would you pick as that main character in Glimpse the movie or Glimpse the series? And what about them? What is it that they embody that connects you to that person that's going to play the main character? Or, just how did you pick that main character?
My main character would be Octavia Spencer. When I see her, I see strength, power, and purpose. And whatever role she's in, she's giving it her all. And that's what we should be doing as well. When God gives us an assignment, we should apply our all that His will is done in our life. It may be uncomfortable, but when we follow what God desires for us to do, that's what's going to help us get to the next part of the next destiny.
Well, I couldn't have said it more perfectly myself, so we're going to transition you right over so we can all have an opportunity to hear some of what you've worked on. So let's go ahead and give you an opportunity to read Glimpse and ask everyone to connect on social media so we can stay plugged into what you're working on. So go ahead.
Right, thank you. This is Glimpse, a motivational journey that I wrote in 2021. The, the initial poem is Glimpse. When you look into my eyes, what do you see? Do you see the strength of the warrior that resides in me? Do you see the power of life that beams from above? Does it intrigue your senses to ask, how can she still love? Are your hellos the stepping stones by which we shall grow, or a distraction to change the direction of my flow? When you look into my eyes, tell me, what do you see? The mountains, hills, and journey that built me? Can you see the presence of God's shining light radiating from the inside, overshadowing the night? Have my words touched your soul, encouraging you to mend or even become whole? When you look into my eyes, does their presence draw you in? Are you fascinated by the glimmers? Is that why you grin? Do you see the joy that defines me, knowing that because of God, I am now free? Free from the glaring eyes that may judge me. I am not perfect and never pretended to be. When you look into my eyes, can you really see joy abundant, so full of glee? I am a sinner saved by grace, that my life is renewed for me to finish my race. So when you look into my eyes, I want you to see my life is my story, and that is all that defines me. And it's the reference scriptures is Romans 8:28, the NIV. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Thank you for sharing my book, Glimpse, a Motivational Journey, with me.
Hi, I'm Catherine Tucker, and I'm excited to introduce my debut novel to you, Tall Cotton. It is a legal thriller, and it tells the story of defense attorney Jonathan Streeter with his own troubled past, who finds the unlikely help of 10-year-old Bailey Connor while litigating a murder trial. Well, I hope you will pick up a copy of Tall Cotton, and I hope you enjoy reading it as much as I enjoyed writing it. Thank you.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Um, y'all are just leaving me speechless. Amazing stories. Amazing. Fanny, I loved it. She said, I am free. I don't pretend to be perfect. Listen, amazing. Okay. So we saw Fanny. She talked about a glimpse, her journey. We had Dr. Tiffany right before her. Listen, these ladies and these gentlemen have been setting this internet on fire. This has been amazing, okay? Amazing. So we have I'm gonna do one more inbox. I'm sorry, one more giveaway, okay? And then after that, we have Crystal coming back with Claudine. So I'm gonna wrap some of this stuff up so I don't have to come back too much more. I hope y'all ain't sick of me yet. So before I do the giveaway, like I said, we're gonna have Claudine come up for her interview, Birthing Vision, and then I have a final giveaway. Okay, for most participation, and you got to be here to get it. Okay. All right. And then after that, we have a very special guest doing spoken word, or I think he's doing spoken word. I think, yes, he's doing spoken word. Very talented young man. And I'm not just saying that because he's my godson, but he's very talented. And I'll read his short bio and let you all get some insight on him. But for now, let's go back to this giveaway. Okay. So the giveaway is going to be a self-care box. All right. And if you are the winner and all of the other winners, please remember to send your information to info@stephanieouten.com. You're going to send your name, your YouTube handle, and your complete shipping address. Okay. Excuse me. So, what is the name of Michelle Obama's first book? Thank you. All right, Tiffany. Okay. All right. So don't forget, please send over your name, your YouTube handle, especially if it's different than your name, um, and your complete shipping address. Congratulations. All right, so let's get into this so we can move it right along. Claudine is a Jamaican author of the book Birthing Vision, a 30-day devotional on faith, motherhood, and trusting God's timing. Drama enthusiast with awards from the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission in 2014 and in 2016. She is married to Albright Givens, and together they have a son, and I'm so sorry and I apologize if I mispronounce, Zayn Alec, who she calls her biggest miracle. Claudine uses her book and life story to preach the gospel and impact lives. A lover of family, reading, Christian romance, and traveling, she is dedicated to excellence, reflecting her faith in a God who does all things with excellence. So before we bring Claudine up, we're going to bring Crystal back up. As a matter of fact, hold on. Before we bring Crystal up, let me just go ahead and read Karik's bio before, so that way we can just roll right into everything, okay? That way, after the last giveaway that I do, we just bring him on up, all right? So Karik, Florida raised and Houston based, is a multifaceted wild card, Lord, with influences. I should have read this before what? Oh my God. With influences ranging from Kendrick Lamar to D'Angelo. Rest in peace, D'Angelo. It's safe to say Kyrie provides more than just your typical listening experience. Whether it's the captivating soundscapes, an onslaught of flows, or masterful wordplay, Kyrie is sure to pull listeners into a different realm with each song. His name is KYR, and don't forget his IQ. So that's my godson, y'all. So he's very special to me. And he not only does spoken word, but he transitioned from spoken word to music. And he's an amazing artist. And I'm not just saying that because that's my godson, but he's doing an amazing job. So let's throw up these fire emojis in this chat. Let's bring Crystal back up. And we're going to get Claudine up here. You need to make sure that you can hear Claudine. Claudine, unmute yourself, please.
Hi.
Hi, Claudine.
You can hear
Hi,
her?
Crystal.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
All
Awesome,
right.
awesome,
Have a
awesome.
great interview, ladies.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Well, Claudine, thank you so much for chatting with us today. We're really excited to learn more about you, get into your writing journey, learn what inspired you. And I'm just going to start by saying I just love the orange and green favorite colors.
Thank you
So
so
we're just going to
much.
look, we're going to start there. so,
Thank you so
so,
much, Crystal.
so Claudine, tell us, give everybody a refresher, name of book, and just like really what inspired you to write your book.
Okay, so the name of my book is Birthing Vision, and it's a
Mhm.
30-day devotional on faith, motherhood, and trusting God's timing. And what was the other question?
What inspired you to write your
Okay,
book?
fine.
Mhm.
Well, an accident that I was involved in actually is the inspiration for this. In 2018, I had a motor vehicle accident in which I was the driver. It was a terrible crash. The car was written off, and persons who came to the scene thought whoever was in would have been dead.
Mm.
But I came out without a scratch, thanks to God. And right there, right at that accident scene, the Holy Spirit asked me a question. He asked, what are you going to do with a second chance of life? Are you going to still mope about those things that aren't going well, or you can't achieve, or you're not birthing? Or will you take the time to birth the visions that you're called to? And this book is a response to that time, to that
I love that.
moment.
That is amazing. I'm so happy to hear that you've made that through that
Thank you.
journey, and that you took that opportunity to say, I'm going to reset, and I'm going to be faithful, and I'm going to follow God's vision for my life, and I'm going to move forward. So I love that. What do you want your readers to glean from your book?
Well, I want them to glean hope. For years, and even during that time period of the accident, I I was depressed. And that was mainly because of my infertility challenges. For years, I tried to conceive, and there was even a miscarriage around that period. And so I want them to leave with the hope that, or the realization that we are designed to birth many things. Sometimes we're just so focused on one thing, and that thing that is not happening, that we don't realize that we are equipped and we have been designed to birth so many other things. So even in seasons of barrenness and dryness, we are actually designed to be fertile. We are fertile, and so we should manifest those God-given visions that we have.
I love that. And I'm trying to contain myself and not jump out my chair and start screaming and shouting, because that is a message. And I hope everyone caught on to that and locked into that, because, just what you're doing, birthing vision, birthing hope, and giving life and joy to people who need it is amazing. I'm going to
Yes.
pivot a bit, and I want to talk about your writing journey. What do you think was the most memorable part of your journey? What was like the most rewarding or the most surprising part of you becoming an author?
Well, I believe the most rewarding or impactful thing that has happened since I have started was when I was given a gleaner or a feature in our national newspaper. And in that I was transparent, and I shared my journey. I shared about the challenges and how being infertile, how that made me feel, and generally my journey. And it was the response of the persons who read the article. I remember looking on the amount of viewers and realized it was 3,000 persons, and there were thousands, hundreds of persons sharing that this is me. I'm in this position now, and I I am so touched by your story. I feel hope. I have the desire to try again. As I read, I was so overwhelmed with emotions because I was scared of putting myself out there. But when I realized the impact of my story, I realized that there was power in sharing it and that others were waiting on me to release this. And I believe that so far has been the most memorable thing on the journey.
That's awesome. And the word that stuck out to me is power. And just thinking
Yes.
about power in your story. And that, so for others who want to tell their story or who are in a similar genre and they're trying to get started, what advice would you give?
I would say think beyond your fears and think about the reader. Think about those that you're releasing, those lives that need to hear your story to take the next step, to even get out of bed. Just think about the impact you telling your story will have on even just one life. It might save, literally save that person's life.
I love that. So, Claudine, we're going to pivot a bit before we have you read and share some of your work with us. So, I've heard, I'm going to ask you a question about who you would, if we transformed your book into a movie, into a TV show, who would be your main character and why would you pick that person? What do they embody? We've heard Angela Bassett, Octavia Spencer, all these great names. Who is your leading person in your movie?
I've been thinking about it because you have been asking. I believe Jill Scott.
Oh.
After watching Why Did I Get Married and I watched her play that role, I thought she would embody my character perfectly. The emotions that spewed from that movie, even when she was rejected by her husband, I can just imagine her bringing life to my story.
I love that. And with
Yeah.
that, we want to give Claudine an opportunity to share her work. Claudine, thanks for speaking with us, and we're going to turn
And
it over to
thank you
you
for
to read.
having me. Blessings.
Absolutely.
All right, so I'll be reading from my book, Birthing Vision, and this is day 3. There's no perfect time. 2020 was a year that wreaked havoc worldwide. The COVID-19 pandemic swept the globe, changing lives forever. Countries closed their borders, workplaces and institutions closed their doors, and shifted to operate remotely where possible. Hospitals were either full or bursting at the seams, and the whole world applied various measures of lockdown as COVID worsened. With each passing day, where there was increased fear and anxiety, as so many were either dying or getting sick worldwide. We were bombarded with so much grim news, and it was challenging to maintain peace, much less hope. During this global crisis, my husband and I heard God say, "Go back to Barbados and try IVF again." Amid the chaos the world was experiencing, we began preparing to travel to another country and undergo a procedure that only months before, under perfect conditions, had been an epic failure. However, we sensed it was not a request for later, but that we were being asked to pursue this immediately. So we did. And we watched as God opened the right doors, allowed the borders of Barbados to reopen, sent financial provision, perfected my body, which was still riddled with fibroids, and protected us from contracting the COVID virus. In August 2020, we were able to try IVF again. And this is an excerpt from Birthing Vision. Blessings.
Thank you so much, Claudine, for sharing. So, our last giveaway, and I hope this person is still here. Okay, our last giveaway. By the way, thank you so much, Claudine, again for sharing. Thank you so much. Yes, Jill Scott is that girl. All right. So the last giveaway is going to go to Hair Define. I know that you're in Barbados, but I have a gift for you. That because you have been, I've been seeing you up and down in these comments, okay, engaging, rooting everyone on, and I absolutely appreciate that. And I know the authors appreciate that as well, because it's not easy to come up here and to do this and to be on here and take time away from, family and friends throughout the day. But definitely, absolutely, love having you here, as well as all the other participants. However, Hair Defined just, and can you just tell me your name in the comments if you don't mind? Um, Hair Defined definitely has been like a super engager today. Okay. Y'all throw up the fire emojis. All right. Kiana. Thank you so much, Kiana. Now, Kiana, I'm going to have you send your, because I think you won one prize already, but your second email is going to come directly to me. So I'm going to put my email in the chat. Okay. And thank you so much for your participation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So put your name, your YouTube. I hope I spelled that right. Oh wait, I'm missing an S. See? Sleep deprived, y'all, but that's okay. Hold on. And I don't have my glasses on, so that definitely doesn't help. No, take that down, please. All right, hold on one second. All right, there you go, Kiana. It's support at TBM Business Solutions. All right. So thank you again, Kiana. Thank you so much for participating, being a super fan, a super engager today. Absolutely wonderful. Now, without further ado, we're going to have Kyrie come up, and then I'll be back up for final words. So you guys stick around, share this out right quick because you don't want to miss this. You don't want to miss this. And if anybody couldn't make it and they missed it, you should share this to them as well so that they can see this. All right. So thank you all so much. Introducing, let's bring Kyrie to the stage.
Thanks again for having me. Definitely been a beautiful event so far. I just want to give a, big round of applause and shout out to everyone who's, came and shared their story before. So thank you for that. See, when I get on the track, I make them say, "Who is this?" Last team crossed me. I had to give other crews a fix. The only cat in this Hunger Game with killer craves. And if you thought you was free, dumb, you still a slave. The founding fathers was racist. See what they thought of us? Tried to tell us all that the U.S. not part of us. And can I tell you the truth? I might just hurt your feelings. Through the cavities, I'm Achilles. You need some healing, people killing all of my fam. I feel violent. They mute us with the clips like a movie that's still silent. Yeah, I speak easy with a drunken pace. I tried to tell them all get out, but they sunk in place. Like once you face the odds of trying to even it all, you start to realize how we never even it all. I'm speaking it all, exposing every secret involved. I know the president gonna listen and be eager to call. Hello? Hey, Kyrie, what else do you know? I know you sending blacks to prison just to lessen the votes. Know it's $21 billion in weapons you sold. Know Haiti's only poor because we mess with the gold. I know the same suspects that only saw us as currency got their mug shots on the money we use currently. And George Washington said that his teeth was made of wood, but those are really slave teeth from the neighborhood. I know they used to feed black babies to alligators, and Lincoln's slave was his mistress, but did he navigate her? I know about how you modified the mosquitoes, addressing all the blacks with the whites, tuxedos. Yeah, you raping our women and stealing our culture. I told you I'm saving our souls with my life. I am Jehovah. Lion with the eye of the tiger. When I cry bangles, these squares look out of shape. The way I triangles, my angles, only attacking the facts. Having a stab in the back when I rap, and I'm snapping on tracks. And I told you, I'm losing my patience. The doctor been waiting. We hating, forsaken. Holy creation, not of Satan. Yeah, they only look at the melanin, see a felon irrelevant, non-intelligent, never mention a skeleton. But it's much more than what meets eye on the news. So they meet I with a noose and they think I am amused. But nah, I still marvel at y'all, a bunch of supervillains. I'm low key the apocalypse for the new beginning. You took the Black Panthers, but we still see the vision. Now we getting Captain America. I see the mission. I still marvel at y'all, a bunch of supervillains. I'm low key the apocalypse for the new beginning. You took the Black Panthers, but we still see the vision. Now we getting Captain America. I see the mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wait, don't drop Kyrique yet. Kyrique, can you please tell the people where they can follow you, connect with you, and get your music?
Oh yes, definitely. You can find me everywhere at Kyrique Music. That is Kyriq Music. KYR. Please don't forget my IQ. Thank you.
I love you. Thank you so much.
Love you. Thank you.
I know, right? That's my baby. Yes, absolutely. Go and support. All right. So this is the time I was not waiting for because I have a message here. Stephanie and I know you all heard earlier on from Crystal Day when she mentioned we've been planning this since January. And because Stephanie and I, we meet weekly, and she wanted to make everything was good, and we were planned everything. She wrote out a message, right? A thank you message, like a closing statement or whatever. So I'm going to read that message in her absence. And yeah, so before I read this, I just want to say, because hopefully I can read this without being a crybaby. One, we missed you, Stephanie. We love you, and you're in my heart as well as the family. Um, and I just want to tell all the authors that participated, all the authors that are listening, aspiring authors, someone that has a story that needs to get it out. Write your story. Write your story. Don't dim your light, and that's for everyone. Do not dim your light. Shine it bright and shine it even brighter daily. Okay. And write the book. Write that book already. Okay. All right. So here's a message from Stephanie. Oh, I just got cold. Okay. So today we came together from across the globe. We had Jamaica in here, Florida, Virginia, Barbados, and everywhere, right? Authors, editors, readers, and sponsors united for one simple truth: stories matters. We've heard about the challenges, the triumphs, and the deep found freedom that comes when you put pen to paper and share your story with the world. We've celebrated new voices, lifted up independent authors, and reminded ourselves why books are still one of the most powerful tools for connection, healing, and change. To every author, thank you for your courage. To every reader, thank you for your curiosity and love of stories. To every sponsor and supporter, thank you for making this possible. The Global Lit Fest is more than an event, it's a movement. Together, we are bringing back the love of books across the globe. Let's carry this energy forward, continue to share our stories, and keep building a world where every voice has a place on the page. Thank you for being here. And don't leave yet, because um we want you to just hang around in the comments. Our authors, please stay back, or come if you're only on come back over to stream backstage. I'm sorry. But until next time, keep reading, keep writing, keep believing in the power of stories. And I'm gonna add this: keep shining, keep having fun, and keep smiling. All right. So I'm gonna split it up and bring up our authors in two batches. I'm not sure if we can bring them all up at this time. But let's start bringing them up, please. And then, just so you guys can give like a quick farewell. See you later. Ooh, I am cold. Awesome job, ladies. Awesome, awesome, awesome job. We did it, Joe. We did it. Can we bring up any more, or is that it in the panel? Okay. All right. All right. So I just want to, if you all can leave. So those of you that are not on stage yet, we can, we'll drop these ladies down and we'll bring you all back up. We'll bring you all up. Somebody said, "Mommy, Celestial Diamond." Who daughter? Who baby that is? So in one word, sum up the Global Lit Fest. In one word. Come on, go.
Phenomenal.
Greatness.
Phenomenal.
Awesome.
Amazing.
Epic.
A lituation.
Hey.
Magnificent.
Ooh, I love it.
Blessing.
Mm. Did everyone go? Yes? Okay. So we're going to drop you all down and we're going to bring the other set up, okay? Thank you all so much. Thank you all for just pivoting with us when we kind of got behind a little bit. But look, I got y'all. We here, right?
Yeah.
And as we're dropping and bringing up the other authors, please don't forget to go and purchase these authors' books. Purchase their books. They deserve, their stories are deserving to be read and to be shared. So go and buy their books. Purchase the lit book. The lit book. It is a lit book. The Global Lit Fest look book. Purchase that. The links are below. We will also leave the links of the lookbook for the lookbook in the comments after the event is over. But please support everyone that came up here today. And even if you are unable to financially support them, share their books, share it with someone else so that you can, so that someone else can support them, as well, because it's not always about financial support, although we want the financial support. However, it's more about letting as many people as we can possibly let know about these stories. Okay? All right. So describe the Global Lit Fest in one word.
Amazing. Fantastic.
Awesome. All right. Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Crystal, I'm going to bring you up. Did all the authors give their one word? I think so. Okay. All right. I'm going to drop you all down. Kimmy, can you come up? Crystal, bring Crystal up. And Erica. So, describe the Global Lit Fest in one word.
Enlightening.
Miraculous.
You on mute.
I am on mute. I would say ultimately it's, well, you said one word. I was going to say trailblazer because of who Stephanie is. So she's setting the tone for so many other things to follow. And I know I'm adding to that, but that's the truth of the matter. This is something that is new and innovative. It's different. I've never seen anything like this before. And I know I'm going on, and you just asked for one word, but you just give me my time. But she is a trailblazer. And so this platform is nothing short of amazing. I'm so excited to see what you all are going to do next. So definitely innovative, next level.
Thank you. Thank you. And I want to say thank you all for your yes in the spirit of the moment. I appreciate you all for coming and supporting and helping us make the show go on. Okay. Thank you all so much. Again, the lookbook, the QR code is there. Well, it was there, but the link is in the comments. There's the QR code. The link's in the comments. I'll bring y'all down. And not yet, not you. Nope, stay right there.
You see, I'm going to drop myself down.
I saw that. The QR code is there for the lookbook. The link is in the comments. And I just want to say, Kimmy, thank you. Kimmy stayed up with me last night. We went through that schedule. You know, I was sleep deprived. I had some light sleep. We was both up late, okay, and then couldn't go right to sleep. But I just want to give you your flowers now, because you didn't have to do it. This is your whole day, and everyone else that participated. But Kimmy definitely, she did what I normally do today, and you did a phenomenal job. Crystal did a phenomenal job. Erica did a phenomenal job. And I just asked Erica in the middle of the event. So thank you so much, Kimmy. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And again, you all, thank you all so much from the bottom of my heart on behalf of Stephanie Outen, our visionary, our vision leader, and on behalf of myself. Thank you so much for participating. Catherine, Dr. Tiffany. Dr. Tiffany, you stuck with me, girl. You stuck with me. You stuck with me. Your camera off. That's okay. You stuck with me. It's okay. Claudine, thank you. Big up yourself. Tavisha, Donna, Fanny, Christina, LaDonna, William, Brina, Brenda, she couldn't be here, but thank you as well. And Darren, I don't know if I'm missing anyone else because I don't see them, but that's okay. But thank you so much. Donna, thank you all so much for showing up and showing out and setting the internet on fire today. If you are interested in being an author for 2026, email us. We have a special that we're doing. So if you're interested, definitely email us and we will get that information to you. It's going to be a limited time because once December or January comes, it's gonna that special will no longer be. So if you're interested in being a Global Lit Fest author for 2026, please reach out to us. And you all have my email address. Well, the current authors, but if you're new and you're watching, definitely reach out and email us at info@stephanie.com, and we will definitely get you the information to get you registered. All right. Thank you all so much. Have an amazing rest of your day and be blessed and encouraged. Continue to write and share your stories and have an amazing day.